Yeah, they had a few.
It's the Atlantic Trident one.
That's it. Yeah, cool. Nice one. Get up and hit the button. Good to see you, man.
Thank you.
Nice one. A very, very happy VE day, ladies, gents and teddy bears. How are we doing? Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Coningsby. Hope we're all good and well and celebrating and feeling proud today. A very special day here at Coningsby and all over Europe, in fact, for the 80th anniversary for Victory in Europe Day. A day that should be remembered every day. In fact, the tomorrow, even the word tomorrow, should even be highlighted. It's rather windy up here. I don't think Ted's going to be wearing his beret up here today, so you know how it is. Ted Coningsby live here from the Spotters car park here at RAF Coningsby at Ted HQ, and we've got a, hopefully, fingers crossed for the Lancaster to return back home here, but technically it is actually at home. Now, not the serial number itself, PA474, but don't forget, RAF Waddington was the very first base and place to operate not only the prototype BT308 before it became known as the Avro Lancaster, but it was a nice Christmas present. On Christmas Eve 1941, the Lancaster arrived at RAF Waddington with 44 Rhodesia Squadron, as it was given the title. And here we are at Coningsby, so we're waiting for it to come back to its BBMF home. But don't forget, the BBMF arrived here at Coningsby in 1976, and the arrival of the Lancaster gave the title to the memorial. They added the title to memorial, memorial to the Battle of Britain flight, as it was known then. Oh yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope we're all good. Chris Bloxham, how you doing? Thanks, man, for your message. Hope we're all good and well, feeling good, feeling sweet and neat. Welcome to a very special day. Now, I did have some flags, but it was going to end up in other places if I had the flag. A bit dangerous up here for that. I might have Ted's beret at some point, but there we go. But yeah, 1973, just a quick one, just a recap, was when the arrival of the PA474 Lancaster in 1973, that was when it was added to the title memorial, all because of the because it was known as the Battle of Britain flight. It's also called a few different things as well, for those that don't know, but it's a very special day today here at Coningsby, of course, due to our 80th anniversary for VE Day. So for those that don't know, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, it's home here, and welcome. So the Royal Air Force Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, they operate here from Coningsby. The mission of the Royal Air Force BBMF is to maintain the priceless artifacts of our national heritage in airworthy condition in order to commemorate those who have fallen in service of this country. The BBMF also serve to promote the modern day Air Force and to inspire our future generations. The flight operates Spitfires, 2 Hurricanes, a Lancaster, of course, PA474, a C-47 Dakota, and 2 Chipmunks as well. Those aircraft are primarily the Chipmunks for training. Now, the aircraft are flown by regular RAF crew. Now, these aircraft can be regularly seen here in the skies over UK between May and September each year. They are flown to celebrate and commemorate public and military events, from state occasions such as Troop in the Colour to major air shows and flypasts for public events. His Royal Highness Prince William, Prince of Wales, is the patron of the BBMF. Now, it started off as the Battle of Britain, or shall we say the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, formed on the 11th of July 1957, and that was at Biggin Hill as the historic aircraft flight. Now, 3 of the Spitfires, PM631, which you probably have heard of, PS853 and PS915, along with the last surviving airworthy Hurricane that arrived moments after their arrival, LF363. PM631 technically is the longest serving Battle of Britain Memorial Flight aircraft from that very day. Now, many of the aircraft at the time rotated as gate guardian duties, including West Malling, Norfolk and Bentley prior. Now, with a few location changes such as Horsham St Faith and Coltishall in 1963, the flight increased their infantry, including the Spitfire Mark 5 AB910, the very Spitfire that flew an unauthorised passenger, the Women's Auxiliary Air Force ground crew, Margaret Horton, during rough weather procedure, or during rough weather, there was a procedure for the ground crew to hold the tail. They used to hang on to the tail. Sometimes in events of rough ground as well, you get 2 ground crew on the wings, but in this instance, due to the narrow landing gear on the Spitfire, what they would do is have a ground crew on the back of the tail. Now the problem was the pilot took off with Margaret still on AB910. Now, nearly passing out, she was about 600 feet. She nearly blacked out, and she hung on, of course, for dear life, trapping her fingers in the stabilizers, in the elevators, sorry. And the pilot realized that the Spitfire wasn't quite flying right, so landed the aircraft with Margaret's beret flying off as it landed. Now, she managed to land safely, retrieved her beret. You see, it would be a forfeit of 2 weeks' wages should you lose your beret, because it was issued by the King, and the pilot was informed of their 2 persons on board. Now, ladies, gents and teddy bears, AB910 is a very important aircraft, and Margaret Horton, of course, because this is why we allow Ted's beret to come off. If you haven't seen the story, then do check it out on our YouTube channel. Ted's beret, every time it comes off, is in honour of Women's Auxiliary Air Force, Margaret Horton. A very special thing that we kept and decided to keep that story going and flowing. Now, on the 20th of November 1973, Lancaster PA474, which is currently at Waddington for now, was officially transferred to the BBMF from 44 Rhodesia Squadron at RAF Waddington, and the aircraft was flown to Coltishall to join the flight, which was then based at in the Norfolk airfield. They added, while adding the Lancaster to the flight, they also added the name Memorial to the flight, becoming the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. And then finally, back to Lincolnshire. In 1976, the BBMF moved here. They are known as a museum without walls. Ladies, gents, and teddy bears, I know we will have Typhoons flying today on a very special day, and the reason for me mentioning the BBMF is because this is who we owe our today. This is who gave future a tomorrow, or even tomorrow a future. This is the very, very core, because today we have the Typhoon FGR4 with our Royal Air Force doing and operating. What up? How you doing, man? You all right, yeah? Good times. And, you know, these men and women that fly today in the very ground crew today are the ones who then take on this role. So it's a very historic pass on. It's a very historic handoff in my eyes, because as ready as they were to scramble for our country and to fight for freedom for the whole of Europe and the world, these men and women still do this today. So as ready as they were to scramble. You see, a war is always lost. There will always be lost. There is no winner in ultimate essence. You know, from personnel to crew to airmen to civilians, one loss is a mother's heartache. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, we cannot forget that. And today is a very special, proud moment for our island here in Britain. It's a very important day. Fly that flag. Ted's got his flag. Be proud, because the very ultimate place to be is Bomber County today for me, because I'm proud to see them. And the reason why I haven't gone to London today, and I'll be honest with you, right, is because I want to be that ground crew. I want to be that person that saw the aircraft take off and return, because everyone that didn't return is a mother's heartache. It's someone's husband, it's someone's father, because I think it's quite a nice thing. And if we do get a bonus of seeing the Lancaster return, for me, that would be like almost welcoming back our boys and girls, if there are any women in the BBMF on that very aircraft. So, like I said, very relevant. I was thinking about getting down to the coast to watch the fly over as it made its way, but I thought I like the idea of watching them leave and come back. I think that's a nice thing. Very good. How we doing? How we feeling, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're good and hope we're hanging on and not too windy. It won't be too long for our departures, so I am expecting 6. You may see more than 6 aircraft here at the hangars on the main ASP, and that's all because of the fact that they will have spares. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we got 6 and 6. You never know. Could it spell VE as they fly? Who knows? No idea. But wherever you're watching from in the world, welcome to the one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Don't forget to smash that like button and do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. We are in the official viewing area, and we don't just rack up and stack up. Ted Coningsby, proud of doing things properly and of course earning a reputation. We have made contact with the base. We do have that authorization, and it's a very, very proud moment for me to say proud of our Royal Air Force today. Very proud, and proud to be here. And I hope you're all flying your flags at home or wherever you are. Maybe you're on a boat. Maybe you're on a boat. Oh yes, I will get Ted in a moment, but I'm scared he's going to take off. I'm scared he might just take off there now. You know how it is. So welcome to VE Day. For those that don't know, that stands for Victory in Europe Day, and officially it is on the 8th of May. That is the official date, but being a bank holiday today and celebrations, it's a day today to celebrate the formal acceptance by the Allies of the World War II of Germany's unconditional surrender of its armed forces, and that happened on a Tuesday the 8th, 1945, and it marked the official surrender of all German military operations. How much loss, but let's think about the victory and the fact that we're still today. The fact that we are here today, that gives us our victory. The freedom already is the victory that we have. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, we are in what's known as Bomber County. RAF Coningsby, built in 1940, but started its first operations in 1941, allocated to number 5 Group Bomber Command, and it was indeed the Handley Page Hampden to serve here first with 106 Squadron. Here it is. You may be looking at the Typhoon there, but this was the very first aircraft to operate. 106 Squadron with the Handley Page Hampden bomber. Oh yeah, look at it. Very similar to the Blenheim. Very similar to the Blenheim in its kind of looks. Known as the Flying Suitcase, or the Flying Tadpole, had very numerous nicknames, and that's all due to its very narrow fuselage. Look at it. 3 feet of width in its fuselage. Just 3 feet. That's all it was. Crew of 4, and the problem is at the top there, where the pilot would be, it was very difficult to get the pilot out and replace the pilot should the pilot get injured or worse. 4,000 pound bomb load, 49 Squadron, the very first squadron to operate this, if for those that are interested in extra info on the Hampden. But it came here in 1941 of February and went off into raids into Cologne. Now, sources suggest that 106 Squadron had the poorest percentage of losses as a Hampden bomber squadron. However, this all changed when Wing Commander Guy Gibson took command of the squadron. Oh yes, there we go. Just thought I'd show you the first. A twin-engine bomber. Welcome, ladies, gents, teddy bears, to Ted's home, RAF Coningsby. You can probably hear the punchy winds there. But there we go. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Hope we're well, feeling well, and got a bit of a fun week this week. Some of it I've kept a little surprise for you, so you'll be pleased. However, it is going to be literally working with the weather, especially this, if I can do it for you. Okay, so leave it with me. I'm chasing up operations of training flights as we speak. I've got my eye on certain things, so I'm hoping to give you an exciting day and a week, sorry, exciting week for our channel. Woo! Thanks a lot, everyone that's tuned in. Steve Stibbons, how you doing? Phil Boardman, Debbie Brooks, Alan Gates, Nat Sav, Alex Raven, Christopher Carr, Davey, Chris Bloxham, how you all doing? Hope everyone's well. Rob Kennard, Debbie Brooks, Margot, the Plane Guy, how's Margot Baxter, how's she doing? Remco DeVray, Righty, oi oi, Joshua Brown, Edward Coates, Davey, keep going out, hope we're all good. Hope we're all well. Alan Gates as well. Henk Verhule, Simon Watchorn, Julie Beard, nice to see all the crew. James Knowles, how you doing? Christopher Suda, not Captain Weber, Sean Oliver, oh oi to you, Guy Martin. Is that the real Guy Martin? I know you're real Guy Martin, but is that the Guy Martin of TV? You never know. Henk Verhule, Kevin B, just say yeah and please us. Argan, how you doing? Hope you're good. And well, happy VE Day, 80th anniversary special, and I hope we're all good. Right, ladies, gents and teddy bears, hope well. So we've got our Typhoons just been worked on here, getting prepped by the ground crew, and amazing, isn't it, to think how times have changed in technology. But don't forget, aviation, quite a recent thing, quite a recent invention. We're only talking about 20th century. Only talking about not that much, over 110-15 years, not that much, but the amount of technology that evolved, and it's really interesting because the product, ultimately, if you think about the development of certain aircraft, let's go modern, let's go quite modern, let's go to the Foxbat. The answer was the F-15 to answer back. Look at the Spitfire and the 109s, the comparisons between the two. They kept up with the Joneses. It added to being better and better and keeping better. And then the advancements in technology, the Horton 229 that I speak of, the Flying V. I mean, once they caught that, once they captured that, once the surrender happened in 45, Northrop took that, developed the YB-49, and it's, the YB-49, and then for me, I've got a feeling that led on to the B-2. I think so. I'm looking into a lot of history. No, there's no harm in researching. There's no harm in looking at what your opponents have, in times of in times of combat. And that's the way it is. That is as simple as. But who'd have thought, from the Wright brothers to having. I mean, let's think about it. Let's go even further. What about lighter than air aircraft? What about the Zeppelins? And then literally airships. And then what about further on, the biplanes as well? And they discovered, that having, I think the Wright brothers had the engine propellers at the back. The problem with having engines at the back was that pilots, when they sadly lost control and crashed, it was actually the engine, because it was at the back on the weight, would actually crush them. So there was a lot of Curtiss developed the Curtiss, the legend that is Curtiss. He started to think about it and added engines at the front, and then other creators, other manufacturers were doing that. Engines at the front were more reliable. They started adding rudders. They started adding all sorts, and then World War I broke out. And then you got to think about tactics. What about troops on the ground? They've never seen aircraft before properly, and there is some truth in this. Some would shoot first, and then you think, okay, let's add markings. And if you don't know this already, but the Union flag, for example, for our aircraft, we used to have them. We used to have the Union flag instead of roundels at the time on our aircraft, but they were very hard to see. So that's where the roundel came into it. But the RAF saw that very effective from France, and the French roundel was created before the RAF, so they actually reversed that. In fact, the RAF wasn't created until, or at least became independent until the 1st of April 1918. So then you've got to think about tactics. So the first ever sorties of World War I were actually reconnaissance ones. And I've read a story the other day from a book called Luck of the Draw, and it speaks of two biplanes of you know, enemies to each other flying past and waving at each other, and then they realised, hang on a minute, why am I waving? They're enemy. So the next time they were in operations, they would take a pistol and try and shoot each other with a pistol, and then after that they would then thought about, hang on, let's mount guns to this, and then of course leading to developments of having machine guns actually firing through the propellers, and so on and so on. And then we've also got formation flying. How effective is that? And then it spurs, you know, spurs on. The Gloucester Gladiator came out too late. You started to have the Hurricane that was out already. And then the development of the Spitfire monoplanes, as engines got better. Then you got the 109. Uh-oh, what's that? You know, and then you've got the Spitfire Mark V. Then you got all different marks of the 109, and it goes on and on and on, bigger and better. You got, you know, you got all the developments and trying to improve propelled engines. And it's amazing to even think that. It is absolutely amazing. But there we go. And then, you know, the development, and then of course there is Frank Whittle trying to patent the jet engine, but then Heinkel HE178, you know, with the first ever jet aircraft in 1939, so on and so on. And then you've got the Gloucester Meteor, then you've got the ME262, not in that order, I understand that, but the 262 engines were added to the Horton 229. Then the answer, you know, then you've got answers to a question. It's keeping up. And now look what we've got. We've got so much aircraft. We're in a 5th generation of jet aircraft. In fact, we're probably developing 6th or 7th generation of aircraft. But here we are today, ladies and teddy bears. Welcome. That was literally a quick spiel right into aviation, but that was really quick. I really stemmed that because, of course, don't forget what, you know, that you could even look into the civilian aspect. Even that's really interesting, using civilian aircraft and then turning them into military aircraft. One of the most famous is what, the DC-3, which ended up being a C-47 Skytrain or Dakota, depending on what, you know, where you are in the world. But amazing, again, one of the most important aircraft again. And of course, when you're thinking about bombers, then you've got the beautiful Avro Lancaster. Hope we're all good. Welcome to Coningsby. If you're new to the show, welcome, and come and join us. Don't forget to hit the like button and do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. I do have our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just a big shout out to 17 Coningsby Air Cadets that are based here. Very, very proud of you. Can't wait to see you all. Go on, Ted. Ted, the legend there now. Now Ted's had to take his beret off for a minute. You can see how bad it is. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Oi, oi, how you doing? All right, yeah, you good? Right. Happy VE Day to you, sir. And Ted's just hanging. Ted might even take off, so I'll let him be for a little bit. Oh, nice one, man.
Yeah, cheers.
Nice one. About midday. Should be about midday.
Yeah, nice one.
Yeah. And then let's hope for the Lancaster.
You got plenty online?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've got over a K, so that's good. As long as I've got more than Kellogg's K, we're all good. Right, let's have a look.
Are you Ted?
I am indeed Ted, the one and only Ted Coningsby. Yeah, Britain's #1 UK military aviation streaming channel, and it's all thanks to you guys for support.
Yeah. No, great.
And you've made it that way. You know how it is. All right, Danny. Got Danny over here, Daniel Walker there, who's not playing golf today. He's relaxing, maxing out. That sounds like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air at the minute. But here we go. You know how it is. Thanks, Dan. Oh, yeah. Right. It's getting busy here. Oi, oi! Oi, oi to you. Thanks a lot, everyone. How are we all doing? Hope we're good. Right, let me have a look what's Let's have a look what we got up in the skies there now. Let's have a look what we got.
Yes.
Okay, so the heavies are making their way now to the North Sea. That's where they'll be doing their holding and getting ready to regroup with everyone. You may have been able to get hold of the actual fly past routine today, the sequence or the way it goes into the fly past over Buckingham Palace. But welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, I chose a significant, almost like a metaphor today, to watch our boys and girls take off and then count them back in, you know. And for me, that's a beaut. That's really nice, and I'm hoping to see this absolute beautiful. Come on, let's get this. Hopefully. Actually, this is dedicated to you, this one, mate. You'll see in a minute. Oh yes. Oh yeah. It's got you on the front of this, mate. It really has. So we've got here a beautiful, beautiful aircraft. Now, I didn't mention the next squadron that joined 106, which I can tell you in a moment. But 106 Squadron was joined in April of 1941 by 97 Squadron. Now, they didn't fly this, but they flew an aircraft called the Avro Manchester. Now, yes, it did have a very poor reputation for being unreliable. However, without the Avro Manchester, we probably wouldn't have had this. But saying that, I think eventually we would have had a 4-engine bomber in the end. You see, we only had, as a bomber county, as bomber command, we only had, which formed in 1936, by the way, the bomber command, and we only had 2-engine bombers. We had Hampdens, we had Blenheims, the Hadley Page Hereford, which was a Hampden but with the Napier engines. We had the Avro Manchester, and of course we had the legendary Vickers Wellington bomber. In fact, I'm surprised they didn't use that, but they were looking for something with more power. Now, I want you to imagine the Avro Manchester. It was first flown by 207 Squadron. They first operated the Avro Manchester. Now, we're looking at about 102-foot wingspan here, right, on the Lancaster. Now, the Avro Manchester had 90, all right, and it had just 2 engines, and let's face it, they had very powerful engines. They had the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines. They were rated around 1710, 1760 horsepower for 2 engines. That was magnificent. Now, the shape of it, you're probably thinking, what's it look like? Well, it looked like this, the Mark I. However, it had 3 stabilizers. It looked like it had a Wellington stabilizer along with the H-tail. All right, so it looked like this, but with 2 engines and 3 tails. But they diminished the 3rd stabilizer, the middle one, and then it started to look a little bit like the Avro Lancaster, but not quite yet. The problem was the amount of crashes it had, because the problem was with the engine. Now, the engine was still under development, and Roy Chadwick and his crew were set to develop a twin-engine bomber with lots of power, lots of speed, to get it to where it needed to go safely for daylight operations. However, this was not the case, because the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines were susceptible to having their ball bearings overheating. Now, when you have engine overheating, that could be dangerous, and of course this is exactly what happened, and a lot of casualties suffered, not only with bomber commands missions, but also in operational training units. The engines just kept overheating. Also, the propellers, they were susceptible to feathering, and they would go out of control. And you know how important, I've spoke about the design of airfoils and wings. Well, propellers are almost like wings as they turn, very important, and engines would end up just catching fire. And that is the last thing you need on a bombing raid, because what does a bomber have? Bombs on it. And it was very, very dangerous, and there were so many casualties. I've heard lots of brave stories of pilots just ditching and sacrificing themselves, letting their men get out and bailing out. And in the end, instead of Roy Chadwick and Avro trying to work on those engines and getting them to work, you see, the Avro Manchesters were actually grounded. I think they had about 200. I found out, I think it was grounded over 6 times. And that's really not good, especially when you're out in a world war. So they got to work at Avro, and Roy Chadwick decided to not only expand the wingspan by, let's say, about 12 foot. Okay, so that's 6 foot each side. He added 4 engines, but new engines. Ladies and teddy bears, I give you the 4 engines of, that's right, Rolls-Royce Merlin. Oh yeah. Now they were less power. They were rated around about 1300 horsepower. Now you probably think, hang on a minute, we had 1700 in those 2 engines. Well, these were more reliable. The Merlin engine, which you all know of and heard of, they were Merlin 20s, liquid cooled engines, and the prototype in 1941 went to Waddington. That was BT308, and eventually in 1941, on Christmas Eve to be exact, 44 Rhodesia Squadron had the best Christmas present. They had the Avro Lancaster. It was going to be called the Manchester Mark III. They were also going to call it the Avro Merlin, but no, they called it the Avro Lancaster. And here we are today. Now, you probably heard me in the background say about Daniel Walker there a minute. This, my friends, is Whiskey Sierra. Those, right, so if you're not familiar with RAF markings, the 2 letters are actually the squadron, all right? They did change it they did change it during certain times of the year, certain aspects or certain periods, shall we say. Whiskey Sierra was 9 squadron. If you've ever seen the Greenbacks Typhoons, the letters, they would have WS and the 3rd letter, which was their radio call sign, J, and it was for Johnny Walker. That was it. Whiskey Sierra Johnny Walker, probably called Daniel Walker probably at one point, but then anyway. But this, unknown to me, because I didn't spot it, I don't know if you can see it in this light, it's actually a BBMF one. It's PA474, ladies and teddy bears. What's famous about this, ladies and teddy bears? This very 9 squadron Lancaster, not only was it a BBMF Lancaster, I didn't know this, right? I didn't know it had Whiskey Sierra Juliet, and this very aircraft, along with 617 Squadron, took part in sinking the in November the 12th 1944 Operation Catechism, and they used the Torboy bombs to sink the Tirpitz. Arthur Bomber Harris, time after time. I cannot remember how many missions they tried. I think around 30. I can't remember if it was around 30 unsuccessful missions, and they weren't going to be beaten with this. And the BBMF do change the livery to represent a squadron. They change it around about every 5 years. So I don't know how long Leader has been around for, but we will have another marking. So yeah, it got the Johnny Walker after the whiskey here, and this was 9 Squadron. The Lancaster of 617 would have had Alpha Juliet. But anyway, lovely to see this, and I had no idea it actually had PA474. There you go. Right, let's see how the Typhoons are getting on. So these, so if you're new to all this, this is 29 Squadron over here. Now, very important squadron in my eyes. Now, RAF Coningsby has 5 Typhoon squadrons. They have 2 combat ready squadrons, number 3 fighter and number 11 fighter squadron. Okay, now number 3 fighter squadron, I'll give you just a real quick little thing about each one. Okay, so number 3 fighter, they have the historic acceptance of flying for the RAF, the very first squadron to fly heavier than air aircraft. All right, so What they have on their squadron badge or their squadron crest is a mythological creature, which apparently was the first ever mythological creature to fly. Why mythological? Well, they formed at Lark Hill. All right, now Lark Hill was very close to Stonehenge, and there was an aerodrome, Stonehenge Aerodrome. So they actually, when you have a look at some of their squadron prints and squadron markings, it's not actually Roman numerals. It's, well, it could be, but it is actually a trilophon of Stonehenge, and the cockatrice, which is the mythological character, is what is on the sat on the pedestal or the monolith. The funny thing is, you see, having a background of mythology myself, you see, I've still got to think maybe Pegasus might have something to say about that, because I thought it was Pegasus. However, the problem is there were no witnesses when this went to court, because the cockatrice actually turns its subject into stone, so we can't get any witnesses to see what happened there. Anyway, number 11 fighter squadron. They are the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron, retaining the F, the letter F for fighter, since 1915. Now in front of us we've got number 29 squadron, which I'll go into more detail, but they're the operational conversion unit. Wing Commander Guy Gibson also flew with them, with number 29 squadron, and also 29 squadron were once a fighter squadron, and it was in the First World War. They had over 20 aces already with 29 Squadron, a very, very famous squadron who are still flying today, and they're what's called an operational conversion unit. This is where we train our Typhoon pilots after flying from RAF Valley and passing and completing successfully, claiming their wings and passing their advanced flying training. Next up we got 41 Squadron, the famous Seek and Destroy, with their Echo Bravo Spitfires they had at one point. Oh yes, Seek and Destroy are today a test and evaluation squadron. And last but not least, I've saved them till last because they are the latest and greatest squadron at Coningsby. They stood up in 2018 and operated here in 2020. And let's not forget number 17 Squadron, who are not based here anymore, but they took and brought the Typhoon here for the first time on the 19th of May 2005. They were the first. They're still going. They're flying the F-35B as a test and evaluation. Oh yes, in sunny Edwards Air Force Base in America. Oh yes. So not long now for our Foons to go out, and I'm hoping the Lancaster comes back here to Coningsby, back to its BBMF home, shall we say. Typhoons here at Coningsby, as I mentioned, they fly with 29 Squadron. They are taking part in the fly past, and they are, as I said, an OCU, an operational conversion unit. This is where new pilots who would have passed their fast jet training at RAF Valley, flying the Hawk T2, now their career is about to change, because they do have a career path. Is it the Typhoon they're going to be flying with, or is it the F-35B? If it is the F-35B, they will go to another operational conversion unit at RAF Marham, number 207 Squadron. And now we know 207 Squadron were the first squadron to operate the Avro Manchester. There you go. So before we go into detail of the pilot's training path with the Typhoon, it's also important to mention here at 29, this is where they train line engineers. They have weapons conversion training, the maintenance, lineys, armourers, all aspects of the Typhoon, whether it's in the air or on the ground. All the training is done here, and that's a massive shout out as well to BAE Systems. They're the ones that allocate and create the software. They're the ones that put in the ground course as well. All that technology, all the actual course itself, it's done with BAE Systems. They're the ones that put in the software. They're the ones that add all the avionics and all that fancy stuff that we can't see. So big shout out to BAE Systems. Now 29 Squadron also, you'll need an instructor, right? So this is what we call a QFI, qualified flying instructor, to assist with the training in a hands-on student instructor approach. Now in just 3 to 4 months a pilot will become frontline combat ready Typhoon pilot, and before a new pilot gets to fly the aircraft, the first thing is getting to know the Typhoon, getting to know the aircraft. Now this is done with the ground school operational course, again created by BAE Systems. Now these new pilots who are destined to have a frontline fighter pilot career, or they already know how to fly because they've been flying the Hawk T2, but the course will teach them how to become competent Typhoon pilots. The course lasts up to 8 weeks of training and will prepare them for their first solo flight by teaching them the Typhoon systems as well as how to fly it. It will familiarise them with the cockpit procedures, the unique G-suit, which I've had the pleasure of wearing, and also you know, and all aspects of the Typhoon training. Now everything will be covered, and there'll be a power experience as well. Now what I mean by power experience is something that we probably all wish we did, or wish we had the opportunity. Yes, that's right, a backseat experience in a Typhoon with afterburner. For those that don't know, the Typhoon's engines are Rolls-Royce EJ200 engines, which produce a whopping 20,000 pounds of thrust in a lightweight aircraft. That's really important to remember. The Typhoon is extremely light, which means it's got a very, very good thrust to weight ratio. So they'll sit in the back. One of the funny stories always makes me smile is Paddy, the 2022 Typhoon display pilot, who sat in the back, thought, yeah, this is fine, and then his instructor whacked on the reheats and thought, oh dear. In fact, I think it was more colourful words than that, but let's leave it at that. So the pilot will sit in the family version Typhoon and take off, and probably go into a performance takeoff to really experience that. And it's, you know, because they wouldn't have experienced power like that, you see. So that is an amazing thing. So after 4 months, it is solo flight time. Now most qualified flying instructors will tell you this is really strange, nervous feeling for them, and you know, to watch someone that they've just trained go up in the Typhoon. But thankfully, I say thankfully, the first time they actually operate the Typhoon, they don't fly it. All right, they actually taxi it. How are we doing, Lady Shen? They actually taxi it. Hey, how you doing? I hope you're all good. Hope we're all good, Lady Shen, Teddy Bears. My name's Nikos. They actually taxi in the Typhoon, and maybe a couple of times just to give them the confidence of the controls. They won't fly it to the relief of the QFI, but that's not what it's all about. It is all about flying it and being in combat. And when I say combat, the idea is to be able to lock on to your targets, ground or in the air, air to air. The Typhoon is called here in the RAF an FGR4. This means Fighter, Ground Attack and Reconnaissance Mark IV. Now it's not a tranche 4 because we only have up to tranche 3, but that's what the number means, Mark IV. The ultimate goal and the ultimate role of a fighter pilot is to be successful aerial combat. They will go up, okay, on there. It's like an exam, but it will be a timed exam in the skies, and they must lock on to their QFI. They got to shoot down or lock on. They don't really shoot down. It's they got to lock on to their qualified flying instructor in a short space of time. All right, so it could be 2 minutes or 3 minutes, and they've got to be able to do it. Once they've done that, that's a good pass. There'll be other forms of training where their QFI will make mistakes. They'll go into aerial combat. You see, the point of this, it is ultimately aerial combat, aerial superiority. This is the nature of it. They can't just fail at that. If they fail at that, that's not front line. We need to have, you know, and this is why I make this point. It's a very important base. Not only is the RAF one big unit and family, which we'll talk about, is the fact that this is a QRA station. This is one of 2 stations here in Britain where they will scramble in need for if we have a threat to UK airspace, whether it is civilian or military. So this is QRA Station South, number 2. We also have one in Scotland, QRA Station North, number 1, in RAF Lossiemouth in Scotland. So the ultimate goal here is air superiority. As they say, you got to own those skies, you know, at the end of the day. I know it's a US Air Force term for that one. I'll give that back to Lake and Heath. but ultimately this is it. There is another QRA station, but that's at, and I always get this wrong, I keep saying Port Stanley, but it's not, it's Mount Pleasant. With 14:35 flight, there are 4 Typhoons that literally are on QRA to protect the Falkland Islands. My name's Nikos, how we doing? Happy VE Day! Hope we're all good. Right, now canopies are open. Right, won't be long now, won't be long. 1, 2, 3, 4, lots of canopies open. So the next thing we'll see the pilots get in the aircraft, in the Typhoons. A big shout out to everyone who supported the channel, Ted Coningsby, live here at Ted's home, Ted HQ. And it's a very proud moment for me. I'm very proud. Those that know me with my history know that I love and I'm very proud of our history. And the wind is certainly bashing us away here. Hopefully it's not too bad for the Lanc. So let's hope. The Typhoon, for those that are new, because I would imagine we probably have a lot of new visitors today, lots of new viewers today. The Typhoon, a very, very extremely powerful aircraft, made in 4 different countries, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, to become the Eurofighter, indeed. And it is called different things in different countries as well, which I'll explain. So the Typhoon, left wing Italy, right wing Spain. That's right, main fuselage in Germany, and of course BAE Systems, Britain, engines, the software for the UK's interests and development in there as well. Now the Typhoon also has parts from Italy on the antenna side of things, on the back of the Typhoon towards the tail. The Typhoon is made predominantly of 82% carbon composite, which makes it, well, basically it's a posh way of saying plastic. So it's a very light aircraft. It doesn't have a lot of metal, and I will explain a few things for you. Let's go and get my food.
Going that way.
Right, let's talk Typhoon. Right, let's talk Typhoon. Here we go. So, how we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Right, now then, let's have a look at my Typhoon and see what we got here with added blue tack. Let me just put the Foon together. Now then, I mentioned about it having an amazing thrust to weight ratio. Here's our Typhoon here. Look at it, beautiful. This is our Typhoon. For those that don't know, this is our one of 2 fighter jets that we have here in the UK. We have the F-35B, and of course we got the agile, very aggressive, it is extremely agile, and we'll talk, and it's very good at doing what it does. In fact, it is our chosen QRA jet. Like I said, very lightweight aircraft. In fact, empty weight, okay, and then when you start racking it up with fuel, with its 13 hard points, it is 40,000 pounds of thrust in total, okay? Now fully loaded and fully fueled, it's just short of that, which means it's able to accelerate vertically on takeoff. Why? Because this is what thrust to weight ratio is all about. If we talk about the F-35, for example, the F-35A, empty weight is around 29,000 pounds, all right? The engine is 43,000 pounds in the F-35A, okay? Okay, it can't fly without fuel, so you start adding fuel. But if you fully fuel that, it's gonna go way over. In fact, I think it can hold about 20,000 pound of fuel, I think it is. Or maybe less, maybe 18, I think it's about 18. Do you know what, I actually can't remember how much total, I think, sorry, 18,000 pound of fuel, I think it is. But my point is, it's going to go over by the time you start adding ordnance on it. So the Typhoon, even fully loaded and fully fueled, is below 40,000 pounds, which is the total power. So from brakes to 8 seconds, it will go about 185 miles per hour, depending on the pilot. rotate at an angle of 50 degree to 60 degree, and actually accelerate vertically. Now, in 8 seconds, it hasn't even reached the arrestor cable. It is very, very quick, very rapid. And then 22 seconds later, it can go supersonic. It is an amazing aircraft. And as we mentioned about aerial combat, in here, the ECR Marconi development captor, in here, this is where it's at, because in here, it can lock onto targets 160 kilometers away. That's for fighter jets. And it can also lock onto targets 300 kilometers away. That'll be your larger aircraft. It can prioritize on 6 of those targets. It can actually lock onto 20 to 30 targets and prioritize on around 6. Amazing. It is a Delta Wing 4-plane configuration. 4 planes, these move simultaneously. Now the Typhoon has got S-duct, as we spoke about before, the letter S shape. You see, if you look inside here, you can't actually see the compressor blades, and the compressor blades, they give off heat. What do radars like? They'll have metal, they'll have heat, they'll have a lot of flat surfaces. Unfortunately, it does have a bit here, but it doesn't have elevators, so there's not going to be any 90-degree bouncing, but we'll talk about that in another stream. So basically, having an S-duct system hides your heat profile of your engines. If the engines were here, like level, and you can see through them, that heat could be detected. Because the problem with having air intakes underneath, unlike the F-35 on the here and F-15, radars love and can pick up stuff like that. So that's the problem with that. There we go. So with the way drag works as well, the problem is air is, you see, this is a splitter bridge as well. You may be asking about that. Now, air can be controlled, by the way, the air intake can be controlled. It's got variable cowlings here as well, and that's great. But the thing is, when you start going fast speeds, you're going to create a lot of drag under here. If you were to get a, I don't know, just get a little pipe or a bottle of water, or even a glass of water, but actually just get a glass, and if you pour water over it, you'll see that the water actually sticks around the glass and goes, you know, actually sticks to it. What up, man? Okay. Got our RJ up there. We do have a rivet joint somewhere. So let me get it. Lovely. Yes, as I was saying, you know, air is fluid basically, and if you get a glass, an empty glass, and pour water over it, let's say, air will stick. The water will stick to it. So what's that good for? Well, there is a good reason. This is called a boundary layer, a splitter bridge. This little there's a gap here. Even the F-16s have it as well, and the point of it is when you create a lot of drag here, especially when you're going supersonic, the pressure changes. You've got high pressure air going here, and because of the drag, it creates different pressure, and it sticks. And what happens if you imagine the fan, the first compressor blades that it hits, that fan that it hits, you're getting low pressure and high pressure. That's an imbalance in pressure going as it spins really fast round. So you're going to get high, low, and it can actually start to warp, damage, and that's where you get engine problems. So the point of this is to actually cause a boundary layer, like a splitter bridge, which actually stops that. Even even the F-16s have it as well. It's very clever, very unique, and I think, yeah, it doesn't have it on here, but it actually has actually got holes drilled in it as well. I guess that would cause an impact on the aerodynamics as well with that. So it's very clever, all these little things that that add up and make the Typhoon very, very interesting. You alright? What is it? Okay. Oh, that then. Right, one sec. You know, I've done that in a while, but that's age, isn't it? Yeah. You know how it is. You're right, man. You should get the golf clubs out, man. That'll be good. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. And we've got a bit of a fun mix week for you, so I hope you be tuned in and enjoy it. Right, it won't be too long now, and I'm hoping that the Lancaster is coming out as well, but we shall see. We shall see. Big shout out to everyone. Yes, the Lancaster is at RAF Waddington, and like I said, it's always symbolic for me when it's there, because that's where it first started. That's where it, you know, first operated with number 44 Squadron, and was even there as a prototype with BT308, and of course entered its entered the inventory in on Christmas Eve, 24th of December 1941, and of course went on to do its first raids in March. And of course, let's not forget, lest we forget, ladies, gents, teddy bears, its first ever daylight raid deep into Germany. In fact, it was the famous Augsburg raid with number 44 Squadron and 97 Squadron, who briefly moved to RAF Woodhall Spa while Coningsby was about to have its runways upgraded. It is a very historic base, as I mentioned before. Started off here with the Handley Page Hampden with 106 and 97 Squadron flying the Avro Manchesters. What I didn't add actually and didn't tell you is that with the Avro Manchesters being grounded several times, in fact it wasn't uncommon for the squadrons to revert back to their Hampdens while they still had them. But of course, RAF Coningsby, although built in 1940 in November, any stations, this was by the Air Ministry, any new stations that were going to be built after December 1940 were to have hardened runways, and that's of course for the development of the Avro Lancaster and the heavy bombers such as the short Stirling bomber, and of course the Handley Page Halifax as well. Let's not forget that as well. And you know, the problem is when you build a base during World War II, you do have to close it if you're going to you know, upgrade them to hardened runways, and that is exactly what they did. Coningsby's dates were, I think, 1942 to September 1943. I can't remember the year, the month of that year, 1942, but it closed 42 to 43. The squadrons, 106, they went to Syerston, but then went to Metheringham. But 97 Squadron actually moved just before that, and ended up taking part in the Augsburg raid while they were at Woodhall Spa. So they moved, I would say, just trying to think, so the Augsburg raid was April the 17th, 1942. So I think they moved, I think a month. I think they moved in March. And of course, squadron leader John Nettleton took off from RAF Waddington, him and 5 others. So there were 6 Spitfires in two Vic formations, and they were going to be met just behind with 97 squadrons, led by squadron leader John Sherwood, 97 Squadron, with his 2 lots of Vic formations, Lancasters. I may have said Spitfire there by accident, but I meant Lancaster, sorry. I've been reading about the Spitfire lately. So there were 12 Lancasters ready for the Augsburg raid. So the RAF would do diversion raids as well, which meant to try and make the Germans think that there was a main attack somewhere else, so that the 12 Lancasters would go unharmed. However, this didn't quite work out. In fact, it stirred a hornet's nest. And in fact, of all the squadrons that they could have chosen was the Richthofen Gestafe squadron, a crack squadron, number 2 squadron with Alsa. In fact, they ended up getting their 1001st kill, aerial victory there. In fact, it didn't go very well. In fact, it was 100 Spitfires and some Bostons that were sort of in between, and tried to make the Germans think, oh, this is the main raid, but it wasn't. In fact, but like I said, by the time they went over France, they lost 44 Squadron lost 4 Lancasters, and Nettleton's orders were, if it should become a fail, to turn back safe home. But of course, these men were a different breed then, and he kept going. He had that press on, I must press on. He saw the map in the briefing room in his head, and just thought, I'm going to keep going. Sherwood's 97 Squadron 6 Lancasters, they were untouched. They weren't even spotted, to their disbelief. But the 2 Lancasters that were left, and then the 6 10 minutes behind, they were heading right for Munich, and they thought it was Munich that they were going to raid, so they were already on the standby. Now, I don't know if you know Augsburg. Now, Augsburg was really untouched, really hasn't even seen anything to do with the Second World War, didn't really feel the war. Well, this changed, because the Augsburg raid was not a Munich raid, so they turned north-west heading for Augsburg, and the 2 managed to get a hit onto the man factories. Now, the point, it was a very important raid because Britain was about to get starved. Now, I normally go into a lot of detail about the Augsburg raid and the whole point of it. You see, we're an island. Now, there are benefits to being an island. It's very hard to get invaded, but it's can be easily put under siege. Now, Hitler was going to starve us basically here in Britain by bombing all our, downing all our merchant ships, all our supplies, metal, everything was been devastated, everything, and that was led on to the, of course, you may have heard of the Battle of Atlantic, and it was the U-boats, the submarines, that were an absolute, menace to our nation. And the point, Arthur Harris, Air Marshal Harris, and Winston Churchill agreed on trying to, because the Navy wanted to destroy the U-boats, but they said, no, let's bomb a command, actually bomb the U-boat engine plants. The idea was, if you can bomb the engine plants, then they'll stop the production of them, or at least cause a bottleneck effect. Although the raid wasn't actually that great, and it was a daylight raid, would you believe? It was a daylight raid. In fact, in the operations room, the men laughed, because it was sworn to secrecy, this raid. Men didn't even know, they were being trained, they didn't know where they were going, and when they unveiled those curtains, you may have seen the movies, and some of us, some of you, I don't know if any of you have seen this before or served, who are watching will know exactly what I mean. The curtains were unveiled, and it was a map of Germany, Augsburg to be exact, and the men laughed. The men, the pilots, the crew, navigators, everything, they all laughed. And then, but it was that kind of laugh, was like, is this real? It was that kind of laugh, and well, it was. So sadly, Garwood, who was in 44 Squadron, he was shot down. There was so many losses. It was something like 56% loss. It was atrocious. And Sherwood, he still had his 6 Lancasters, he was next, but Nettleton managed to survive it, dropped his bombs, and Sherwood, he got shot down and burst into flames. And they wrote a letter to Sherwood's wife saying, you know, we're sorry, but your husband's gone. And she said, no, he's not. And yeah, she was right, because when it exploded, it catapulted Sherwood out of the cockpit. Although it broke his legs, he did survive. And but there we go. So he was sadly that was the Spitfire, a Lancaster that was shot down. And I'm just trying to think how many were lost. There was another one that was lost as well of 97. So 12 Lancasters went out for the Augsburg, and only 5 came back. Only 5. Just 5. Squadron leader Nettleton was awarded the Victoria Cross. He ended up landing just before midnight in Blackpool. Now you're probably thinking, you know, why is he not at Waddington? Well, his compass, his navigational equipment failed. He ended up near enough in Ireland, but realised where he was and turned back. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, the car park is full. Please don't park anywhere else. If you are not finding the parking here, you can park in the town. There is a large car park in the town. It's free for the first 2 hours. It might even be free on bank holidays, but I know it's only a couple of quid. So park legally and sensibly. We are in the official viewing area, and it is currently full. So please, if you are on your way, please park it in the town, and certainly not on the double yellows, etc. So here we go. There's our pilots getting in, doing their checks. So there'll be a pre-flight check and a pre-startup check. The pilots will look around the Typhoon, look around for any leaks, any cracks. They'll check the 4 planes at the front. They'll check the drop tanks. They'll check anything that's on the Typhoon, look for any fluid. And then when the pilot gets in, they'll have a quick check of the ejection seat as well. They'll look for any loose buttons, because buttons, when you're flying that's why if you are fortunate enough, like I have, to actually sit in a Typhoon. I've actually sat in 2 Typhoons, Blackjack being one of them. You are made to take off anything loose. If you've got any loose change, keys, wallet, anything like that, includes Ted's beret. Although there was an embarrassing moment with Ted's beret in a Typhoon, which I'll have to explain in person to you. So then there's a number of checks which the Typhoon pilot will carry out. So you can see the pilot there just checking the pylons there. Now these are the markings of 29 Squadron, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. There is a lot of story linked with that. Thanks for joining us. Don't forget to smash that like button, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Come on. Now, you're probably thinking 29 Squadron. I don't know if you can see this properly, but they have XXX. But this, since the late 1920s, 29 Squadron were flying Siskins, which featured 3 X's on the fuselage. Now, I know what you're thinking. Hang on a minute. XXX, Roman numerals, that makes 30. That's not 29. Well, the thing is, I've had a look at this, and when flying the Bulldog, okay, there were just 2 X's. What is going on there? And I have sourced a picture of a Hawker Demon, in fact K3976 from 1935, featuring again just 2 X's. Now in 1950s, when they were operating the Meteor, they reverted back to 3 X's. So the traditional story is this, by the way, but I like the story, I love it, but I think, hang on, why have they gone 2 and then back to 3 and then 2, okay, and then 3, etc. So, you know, in Roman numerals, XX1X, right? So the traditional story is the markings should really be XX1X if it is going to be 29 in Roman numerals. But there is a belief among current squadron personnel that this originated as a misspelling of Roman numeral. It is believed that a misunderstanding of instructions to ground crew to paint 2 X's in front of the roundel and 1 X. meaning XX, roundel, and 1X. But it was misunderstood. They put XX and another X, not 1X. So there we go. But I'm thinking, why didn't they just rub it out or add it on, whatever? Anyway, I think it's a lot. I do like that story. But like I said, the Bulldog and the Hawker Demon from 1935, that had 2 X's. Now, here's the thing. This is why I'm going with this, right? Because you know, since discovering myself the Bulldog and the Demon having just 2 X's, I personally believe they're not Roman numerals at all. They're just markings of a mixture of shapes and colours. Let's face it, number 2 squadron, AC squadron, has 2 triangles, 2 white triangles, and 17 squadron, they have wavy lines, and so does number 6 squadron. If you look at number 6 squadron's like sort of like turquoise or sky blue bar, they got that red zigzag going on. And then there's others. There's the checkers of 20, I'm going to go with it, 27 squadron on their Tornadoes. Didn't they have like a yellow and green, like little squares? And then of course number 11 squadron here, they got the yellow diamond. So for me, I think they're just shapes. They're not Roman numerals, so that's what I'm going for. But there is another story as well with extra strong mints as well. So there is a lot. There's loads. I do like the story of the misunderstanding of the paint. I do like that one, but that's up to you. They are nicknamed the Buzzards, the 29 squadron. Here we go. So the pilot will then contact ground frequency and contact ground to request a startup when they're happy. Now I've got a manual at home of the Typhoon's pre-startup checks. There is a lot, trust me. So it gives me great pleasure, ladies and teddy bears, to salute our men and women of our Royal Air Force. It is a proud moment, and like I said, I've chosen Coningsby today because I feel that it's nice to see them go back out and come back in. All 6 go out and all 6 come back in. That would be nice. I'm just trying to see if the Lancaster's up yet. No, it's not. I'm wondering if it has, because there's some savage winds. Now I know what you're thinking, it's sunny, there's no rain, but the thing is, the BBMF aircraft are very sensitive to the wind, very sensitive. It's very dangerous for them. They are lighter aircraft. You may see on the bottom left of your screens another runway, number 1, 2 and 30. There is another runway here that goes across for crosswinds, but there is a maximum amount that the historic aircraft, I can't remember how many knots it is. It could be, I don't know if it's 15 miles per hour maximum crosswind. Don't quote me on that. There is a maximum amount of crosswind, even though there is a runway here, number 1, 2. In fact, I'll show you the runway 1, 2 and 30. There it is there. Thousand lights, oh yeah. And of course RAF Coningsby does have red and white fences. Please don't stand there, and of course don't go in the field opposite it as well. It is MOD property, and of course farmers' land as well on that. Do be mindful, please don't touch the fence, rest your ladders on the fence, and certainly don't start climbing it as well. These are the housekeeping. We don't have a burger van today. I'm not sure when Steve's back with the burger van, but we do have bins provided. Please don't allocate yourself at the red and white fence. You will be asked to move. It's not very good for your health, and it can also end your spotting days should a pilot get that a little bit wrong. And there is a field as well opposite it, so please don't locate yourself there, and don't, you know, just pass on that knowledge. It's all about educating. Not everyone knows, I get that. There is, you know, it does spoil it for the rest of us. The land over there is the farmer's land, and of course the state, which I've showed you before, of the wooden fence. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Happy celebration of VE Day, a day to remember, the 80th anniversary for Victory in Europe Day here in our island of Britain. Love it. And we're about to have our Typhoons depart. They'll be getting into formation over the North Sea, and being in various formations as well. Now, a lot of them are very symbolic that you might see. Now, I didn't tell you during the stream on the rehearsals, so you may see the 3 Typhoons in that V shape. That's called a Vic formation. Again, that's a very historic formation, which I mentioned earlier, which was used in the Augsburg raid. It was used quite a lot. In fact, it could date as far back as World War I. Now, the Vic formation is literally a V shape, and it was very effective, and I believe the P47s used to use that as well. The other formation, we had the I think it was the Poseidon that was escorted by the 2 Typhoons. Again, very important, symbolic of escorting your bombers during World War II. So, you know, from Spitfires to P47s to P51s to Hurricanes, you know, in an escorting mission, you know, that is very, very symbolic. Also we had the airlift as well, so representing the Dakota, etc. So with the A400 and the C-17 representing the airlift side of things, to drop our troops deep into enemy territory. Very brave, very brave. And it's time to be proud, ladies, gents, teddy bears. It's time to fly your flag and be proud of today. And don't forget, we've got tomorrow, thanks to the men and women that were so brave. 55,573. For those that know that number, know exactly, and it's just losses in bomber command, that, yet alone everything else. Lest we forget, Ted flying our flag there. Nice one, Teddy. Hey, hey. That's how you do it, man. That's how you do it. Thank you. How you doing, man? You all right?
All right.
Yeah, good to see you back, man.
Good.
You know, be proud, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Be proud. Lest we forget as well, for those that made that ultimate sacrifice. And like I said, you know, it's, oh my goodness me, it's really windy now. Picking up. Oh yeah. So the heavies are already over area 9, air-to-air refueling area number 9. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're good. So this is the main ASP, that's aircraft servicing platform. Pilots just call it the main here. And that horn that you just heard in the distance, yes, the Typhoon has a horn. It really does. I know what you're thinking, the Typhoon has a horn. That is actually the canopy horn, so when the canopy opens, it makes you place the horn. That is for safety. You don't want to be trapping your fingers in there, or if you're lifting the, you know, if someone's working on it and suddenly you lift the canopy, that is the canopy horn. It must be, of course, let's not forget the pilots in these today as well. It must be a very proud moment for them to be flying for their country, especially on a day, you know, serving and representing what they do today to the men and women who served in their footsteps in 1945 and during the Second World War, and of course don't forget the First World War as well. But for this represents victory in Europe for the Second World War and the surrender of the German military. So welcome to the show. Now I know our little bonus will be: will we get the Lancaster today? Will we see our beloved PA474 of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, ladies, gents, teddy bears. It's time to hit the like button. You've been cleared to carry out your midstream checklist. Have you hit the like button? Have you subscribed? And don't forget, once you've subscribed, to marry and give a pair's departure on the notification bell button. We always say give the subscribe button a low approach in case you haven't done so, but the notification bell button is there so you don't miss out on our latest and greatest live streams and videos. And of course, don't forget to treat yourself to Ted Coningsby official merchandise. We still have tickets for our end of year party as well, and that's on the 30th of November this year at the Petwood. Oh yeah. That is proper. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've got 6 canopies up, and I think the others are up as well. But definitely 6 on the main ASP. Welcome if you just joined us to RAF Coningsby. My name's Nick Ossam, your cameraman and commentator. Welcome to the show. Hope we're all good. Message. I'm ready for it. It's on WhatsApp. Oh, wicked. Thank you. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome. And not long now, and big shout out to everyone watching in London and various areas to see the fly past wherever you're watching. Oh dear. Oh dear. Anyway, ladies, gents, teddy bears, welcome to the show. So, the Lancaster PA474 of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight is part of the Memorial Flight here at Coningsby. It's been home to the BBMF here since 1976. In fact, it came to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight in 1973, and since joining the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight in the Norfolk airfield, that's where they added memorial to the title, and it came here to become home of the BBMF and the RAF Coningsby being its home, and that was since 1976. So yeah, it's, looking forward to this.
We live in Halifax.
And hopefully it let's
down here for the weekend.
have a look here now. So wherever you're watching from, hope we're all good. Thanks a lot, everyone. Where you're watching from, are any of you watching from London or near the near any of the flight route that it's going over, the actual path as well? Are you going to be watching the actual, or are you at home and going to be doing the tuning into BBC to watch it? Which is fine, I understand that, because it's I'm going to do the same as well. I'm going to watch it go over London on my phone. Why not? Hope we're all well. Da-da-da-da-da-da. So So currently the Lancaster is at RAF Waddington due to the fact that the crosswinds suited RAF Waddington's runways. Now, it's only there just for that purpose. It's not based at Waddington or anything. However, historically, that was its home. That's where it first actually was operating with number 44 for DC Squadron. Pretty cool. I love that. It's quite symbolic, really. The whole day is just amazing. But we are just keeping fingers crossed that it will be going out today for. It has got various other fly pasts today. Zero Cool watching from Great Yarmouth. Waiting for them to stage just off our coast. Flyover, nice one. Dirk Hester's got multiple devices. Nice one. So we can watch both at the same time. Yeah, man, that's cool. Because it's quite nice so you can watch them all take off here. That's pretty cool. We got Ipswich crew from Alex Raven. How you doing? Siobhan Hobson Ward watching from Rotherham. Oh, how you doing, Tim? All right, man.
All right, Nick, I said, doing,
yeah,
mate, you all right?
Yeah, good, man.
What time are they going? About one?
Yeah, well, the pilots are in. They're just waiting for start up.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, so yeah, not long now.
All right, that's good then.
They're in already.
It's cold there.
It's windy. It's just a bit pushy.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, you too, mate.
Nice one.
Yeah.
So any minute now, really, they should be starting up. Woo! It's certainly a cold one up here now. You all right there?
Yes, you.
Yeah, good, thank you.
From Halifax.
Oh, nice one. Nice one. Woo! Right, not long now. But yeah, nice to see you all tuned in, watching from various places. We've got Fiona Morton watching from air. Nice. Righty, how you doing? Argan, Simon Watchell, hope we're all good. Davey, how you doing, man? Daniel Walker, who's here live, watching live. Peter Atkins, watching from Newcastle, how you doing? Anonymous, watching from South Wales, who's missing Marham. Saffron Walden. Don't forget to share the stream as well. Don't forget to hit the care button. Not many people know about this, so hit the care button, spelled S-H-A-R-E, where you can share our stream. Come and share the channel, share the love. That's what the channel's all about. Oi, oi, Steve Oliver, how you doing? Good to see you on here. Got Norton from John Ross. Fingers crossed, low proud. Yeah. Don't know if it's raining anywhere where you are. Got Helsham in East Sussex. So watching Spitfires on then flights from Biggin. You got Anton. Jeremy, how you doing? Northamptonshire crew. Where's Biggles Wade Massive? Where is he? Emma Monterio. Watching from Anton. Colchester. Got Waddington as well in the house. I've got hello from New Zealand. How you doing? What up? Hope we're good. Grimsby crew, what up as well? Got hello from Malaysia. We've got lots of places. SJ, how you doing as well? Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Thanks a lot for sharing where you're watching and enjoying it. So hopefully not too long now as we wait patiently. Got St. Neots as well. We've got tuning in from Texas, from Radfish as well. Got Windy Barnum. It is very windy. Yes, Debbie Leader, how you doing? Lots of people. Got Heathrow in the house. Got Meth as well, watching from Gloucestershire. Keith Trenchard, how you doing? From Eastleigh, Hampshire, the home of the Spitfire. Got Litchfield from Davy H. We are literally global. Nice. And we got Joshua Springer watching from Stamford. Oi, oi, Weymouth as well from Wayne. Woohoo! Oh yeah. So any moment now, Emma, and for everyone watching, the Typhoons will be starting up very, very shortly. Pilots are in the Typhoons, and they're just doing their pre-flight, pre-startup checks before they commence. And of course, they would need to get clearance from tower, which will be the ground frequencies that they use. These are the Typhoon FGR4s. Now the Royal Air Force's Typhoon has been tuned down from its max speed, but that doesn't mean it hasn't been tuned up in other things. Its max speed of the Royal Air Force is Mach 1.8. Now officially the Eurofighter is a Mach 2.0. And the thing is with the Typhoon, as we mentioned, it is hardly made of metal. It's made predominantly of carbon composite, which is a posh way of saying plastic. If you combine lightweight aircraft with a very powerful set of engines, so that's the EJ200 engines, then you got yourself a phenomenal thrust to weight ratio. Typhoon's empty weight is about 22,000 pounds. Now each engine with afterburn or reheats produces 20,000 pound of thrust each. Now the Typhoon's engines are the Rolls-Royce EJ200 engines. They're around about 15,500 pounds of thrust without the reheats. And adding the reheat or afterburner, they're the same thing. If you hear those intermittent, you know, they can be interchanged. And we say reheats in the Royal Air Force. And it produces an extra 30% of power, bringing a total of thrust to 20,000 pounds of thrust. Now, we said the empty weight is 22,000 pounds. Now, if you start adding, let's say we add 10,000 pounds of fuel, that's 32,000 pounds. Add a little bit of light ordnance, you are way below your total thrust. So this means that you can, and it's one of a few aircraft that can do this, it can actually accelerate vertically from takeoff. So from brakes release to 8 seconds, the Typhoon, let's say a speed of 185 miles per hour, which, okay, it does depend on the pilot, it can actually start to rotate 50 degree to 60 degree into a vertical climb and actually accelerate from there, which is absolutely nothing off the runway. And then 22 seconds later, it can actually go supersonic from there. It is a phenomenal, super quick aircraft. Typhoon called the Eurofighter EF2000 in Germany. In Italy, it's called the F2000A Typhoon. And in Spain, it's called the Typhoon. I believe it's the, I believe they call it Eurofighter and Typhoon. Oi, oi, how you doing? What up? Waiting patiently now for clearance for startup, which is very imminent now. Welcome to the VE Day 80th anniversary special here at Coningsby. A nice way to enjoy with us the special fly past departures and arrivals. So they will be coming back here, the Typhoons. And if you love military aviation, I do stream 4 to 5 days a week regularly. This is what we do, the Ted Coningsby channel, an official military aviation streaming channel, the UK's #1 much loved military aviation streaming channel, ranging from bases to places. A nice little mix for you this week. I'm quite excited about it.
Oi, oi!
Oi, oi! How you doing? Oi, oi! How you doing? All right, man?
All right, mate.
Yeah, you good? Loving the t-shirt, man.
That's all right, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hang on, look at that. There you go, Nichols.
Nice one.
Oh, mate, how are we doing? That big good's pouring. Sorry.
And of course we're joined naturally by our squadron leader Ted Coningsby, who's got his flag as well, and I hope you got yours as well.
Got a t-shirt.
Yeah, oh, that's good.
Where is Ted anyway?
Ted's here. He's about to fly his flag quite proudly.
Good man.
Ted's naturally a Lincolnshire bear, so he's a Bomber County. Yeah, I mean he's quite posh, Ted. He's from Stamford.
Oh, I say.
Oh, I say, dearest.
Oh, yes.
No, yeah. Ted's looking at me. He's frowning.
What's that? He's thinking, why don't you shut up?
Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Now hang on to that beret, Ted. BRT, get ready.
Have you already pinned on, Nichols?
Now we just draw that. It's Teddy. Here he is. Did some kid just shout before Teddy? Hey, that's what it's all about. There we go! Startups!
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah! Woo! Air Force, man, loving it. Car alarms going off at the sound of the Typhoon. Hey! Remembering those ladies, gents, teddy bears that gave their all, that sacrificed. Brave men that went into combat. Many never returned. And each loss a mother's heartache. They gave their tomorrow so that we can have ours. A victory in Europe. And remembering the brave bomb groups that came from America as well. Remembering the bomb groups, the thousands of losses of each bomb group that came. .617 Squadron Dambusters, 9 Squadron joining together to take down the Tirpitz. We've spoken about the Augsburg raid to try to stop the U-boats from being produced, with the 12 Lancasters that went out and only 5 come back. Regensburg mission, Operation Margin, Operation Market Garden, the disastrous Munster raid of the 100th Bomb Group. 13 went out, 1 come back just. The brave 303 from Norfolk, Treble 1 Squadron, 19, Douglas Bader and the Duxford Wing. Ron Middleton, the raid from Lakenheath with 149 Squadron, who made the ultimate sacrifice by saving his men and saving civilians and letting this Sterling just fade away without any fuel. All these are just a small fraction of bravery. Now, ladies, gents, teddy bears, there'll be more than 6 departing. Don't forget there will be potentially 2 spare that will go out with them as well, which, don't forget that. Forget Coningsby's 97 Squadron as well, when they returned here with the Lancasters on the 6th of the 6th, on a full moon of D-Day. And I can tell you now that the Lancaster is up, it is airborne, and as I say, literally as I mentioned, 97 Squadron, who took part with their 18 Lancasters, led by Wing Commander Jimmy Carter, Z Zebra Flight. And sadly, number 97 Squadron suffered the very first losses of the Royal Air Force in D-Day. And today, we remember all of those who made that ultimate sacrifice. I can confirm that the Lancaster is up, ladies and gents, teddy bears, PA474. the PA474 has a dual livery scheme, which means there are 2 squadrons on each side. One side represents Lancaster Whiskey 5005 with markings AR and Alpha Lima, well, Alpha Leader, sorry, correction, Alpha Leader, and that was of 460 Squadron, Royal Australian Air Force Squadron, featuring the leader nose art, hence the kangaroo, and the bagpipes because of the crew for Scotland, and of course the Wellington boots as well. The other side represents Lancaster Lima 922, and that was flown by Flying Officer Dougie Milliken and his wireless operator John Tate of 50 Squadron. They do change delivery every 5 years. Thank you all so much for the support. Oh yes. Thank you, all of you who have supported the channel the way you have. It's a fantastic thing. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share and care. Over 3,000 of you watching. Let's remember, let's never forget, ladies, gents and teddy bears. It's proud to be here. It's proud to be in Britain. It's proud to fly our British flag today. Wave it proudly as we say a farewell to our Typhoon pilots for their very proud moment for them. And of course, don't forget the ground crew as well, but a proud moment for these men and women that are piloting and taking part in the fly past. Big thank you to our Royal Air Force for keeping our skies secure since the 1st of April 1918, and of course before that was the Royal Flying Corps. Right, it's going to get very loud. Get ready. Get ready. So again, you'll have, I believe it'll be 6 Typhoons plus 2 spare, which we usually have just in case. And with the mention of ground crew, don't forget how special the ground crew were. You know, when you hear of all these sorties that were going out day in, day out from World War II, you know, don't forget that credit is also due to the ground crew from working tirelessly day in, day out, 24/7, and it was always their aircraft. They would just lend it to the pilots. Men as young as 19 and 18 as well, some 16, some lying about their age just to be in the Air Force. These stories are very true. Oi, oi! You know how it is. Here we go. Very proud moment for everyone here. So if you're new to this and you do enjoy it, don't forget you can tune into the Ted Coningsby channel daily. Thanks everyone who's tuned into the Ted Coningsby channel. Years ago today, or at least 80 years ago on the 8th of May. That was the official date for VE Day, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Although today, a bank holiday, a holiday here in the UK where we can all celebrate together. And here we go, our first taxi of the day. Here we go, it's Foon time. Get ready, here we go. Britain and for the Royal Air Force. Hope you enjoyed those takeoffs. I certainly did. That was absolutely amazing, wasn't it? Now we do have, I was going to show you the English Electric Lightning in there somewhere. Just about to see the tail. Huh? There is an English Electric Lightning, yeah. But it's been there, it's a gate guard, it's been there for a long time. Yeah, it would be nice if that just taxied, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That'd be lovely. Hey, how you doing, man? All right. So that's our Typhoons up.
Cheers, thank you.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, cheers.
Thank you. Yeah, no worries, man. Have a good one. Enjoy.
Is it only me who cried, or two others?
Oh, mate. Yeah, it's a proud moment. It is. It's so proud. You know, 80 years they're doing the same thing. We've got to remember that.
I know you do.
It's beautiful. It's a great day, isn't it? It's a good day for all of us, man.
Yeah, cheers.
Nice one, man. Take care.
Where's good to go tomorrow? I'm not the day off.
Sorry?
Where's good to go tomorrow?
Wherever you want. Pick somewhere. Here, Lake Eve, Rise Norton, anywhere you want. You can go there. Yeah, go for it. I don't know. I don't know. It's potluck, man. It's potluck.
It can be foggy when you get there.
Yeah, it's potluck. You just got to turn up and hope for the best. I don't know. I don't know. Sorry. Just enjoy the day. It's good for you. Been out, enjoy, have fun. All right. Go to the Mac Loop. There you go. How about the Mac Loop? Go to the Mac Loop. Lake District, Hull Beach. Oh, I hope you enjoyed that. That was lovely.
I think one dad's got a
Woo! Right, let's have a look what we got then. So that's our Typhoons. The Lancaster is up as well. So it is exactly Frenchy Lando. Absolutely proud. You've got to be proud. Absolutely. It's what it's all about. It's what today is all about. Yeah, I mean, you've only got to look how many people are here to see this. You know, we're not going to see the fly past, but we're still proud, and they must feel proud. Imagine a pilot seeing that, but also the whole Royal Air Force itself has got to be, you know, it's got to be so proud of today, and we are as well. We are proud of our armed forces. I'm not going to, you know, just keep it into sections. Yes, we are a like an Air Force channel. I get that, but the thing is, I'm proud of our armed forces, and I'm so proud, ladies, gents, teddy bears, that we will be covering the Cleethorpes Armed Forces Day officially, and that, you know, just to be there. It could be just like one plane flying. I really don't, or a helicopter. I don't need to, you know. I'm just proud to be. I'm just so proud to, you know, to stand here and be proud of our Air Force. I was born here. I was born in good old Weston-super-Mare. Oh yeah, home of the Western Air Festival. You know how it is. Oh man, and you know, that's where my love of aviation came. I was, you know, I got memories, really fond memories of the Red Arrows, you know, and I guess I, for one, got emotional the other day before they left for Greece. Oh, when they did their 9-ship full display, I was tearful. I was, because I knew, you know, from the way I felt then, I felt that when I was a kid, and it's great to have that childhood sort of, you know. We always talk about, you know, programs on TV and channels and films that they don't make anymore. They don't make it like they used to. But the Red Arrows has been something that's still going throughout my life, and I love that. And like I said, I was born in Weston-super-Mare, and we had the Western Air Festival, and I was so proud of that. And yeah, I just couldn't believe it. But I went Navy a little bit. Yeah, I know, because we moved to, I mean, I was only 10, moved to Portland near Weymouth. Of course, we had the Royal Naval Air Service station there, and yeah, we had the, I think it was HMS Osprey, I think it was. I was only 10, and I got to fall in love with the Harrier. Well, actually the Sea Harrier, to be exact. And it was that's when I started off my photography, which was absolutely awful. But there we go. Still going, you know how it is. So thank you, all of you. Lorraine, how you doing? Daniel Walker, Davey, Dave Earl, 555, Triple Nick, Peter Atkins, thank you so much, all of you. And while we wait, Ted is going to carry out a large series of Guards marches for you all, because you have all been absolutely magnificent. Let's see if Teddy can do this. Oh no. Don't ruin your flag, Teddy. Not today. You got a lot of support here, Ted. Thank you all. I love you all. Thank you. A high five to Babzar for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. You know, thank you so much. A poor pump. Thank you all so much for that. Thank you very much, Babs. Not Captain Baber, member for 24 months. An amazing 24 months membership. Looking forward to more. Thank you to the TCS for everything through Storm. Thank you so much. Mike Weaver as well with 18 months membership. Keep up the great work, Ted and Nikos. Richard Blount, 21 months membership. Wow, 21 months. Fantastic. Stephen Miller, Stevie, 28 months as well. Awesome day, guys. Lest we forget. And absolutely well said. Thank you. Marco, thank you for the super chat. Guards March, lest we forget. Toxic Chills member for 23 months. Lest we forget. Those serving, those that did. Thank you so much. Debbie Brooks, well done on your 2 years membership. Thank you very much for your 24 months. Bear hug for me, please. There you go, at your service. Annie G, member for 20 months. Great to be here, mainly lurk now, but always looking. Rob Kennan, thank you very much as well. Lest we forget, thank you very much for the Super Guards March. Thank you so much. Lest we forget. Bex, high five to you. Thank you for gifting the 10 Coningsby membership. Guards March. Kieran Barnes, lest we forget as well, thank you for the super chat. Guards March to you. Aviation Spotter, who's been a member for 1 month. There's 2 aircrafts heading to North Sea, C-17 and A400. Yeah, they're all there. Ginger Bailey, congratulations and thank you for being a member for 24 months. And I'll tell you what, personally, as well on a personal note, you've been a great friend as well. Lovely to have met you as well, man. Looking forward to the next 24 months with the best aviation channel out there. Ah, yeah. Keith Smith, Boyoy, Nikos, Ted, Claire Bear, Spanner Crew, and everybody in chat. Guards March, thanks very much for your super chat. Robin Maidland, Guards March, thank you very much for your 2 years of membership. 24 months milestone reached today, and he has also turned green. Speaking of green members, Bex has just sent us a Ted Coningsby membership to someone. High five, Guards March. Ted nearly kicked the screen there because I couldn't see him very well. That's your foot, Ted, not your arm. Keith Smith, member for 11 months. The best military aviation channel. Thank you very much, Guards March. You know how it is. Ginger Bailey, thank you so much. Right, poor pump. High five and a salute for that. Thank you so much for that generous super chat. Guards March. Let me just move that flag. It got a little bit damaged. Thanks a lot, Ginger Bailey. Guards March. Thank you so much. Doug Streams, member for 4 months. Oi, oi. Happy day all. Thank you very much, Doug Streams. Guards March. Thank you so much. Tiger Dragon 6484, member for 22 months. What a day for my 22 months. Let's we forget. Keith Smith, high five. Poor pump. Salute. Thank you. You right there, man? Good, man. Are you going to the other side? Cool. Oi, oi! See you later, man. Big shout out to Halifax. Oi, oi! Keith Smith, thank you very much for 5 memberships gifted. Thank you very much. Doncaster last member, 22 months. Thank you to all our servicemen. Oi, oi! 22 months. Thanks to all our servicemen and servicewomen. Gary Lockton, 19 months membership. Wow, how time has flown. Thank you very much. Gary Lockton, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March, thank you very much. And a Guards March for Mace on Case. Love you guys. Thank you for all you do and your dedication and your passion, Nikos. Top man, top Ted, oi oi. Thank you very much. A Guards March. Thank you for the super chat. Nick Hammond, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Coningsby's Posh Officers Club, Guards March. Keith Trenchard, honour to have you here, member for 10 months. Good morning from Hampshire, 1918 to 2025. You know it is. Keith Smith, high five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Elliot Waterson, high five, Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Elliot Waterson as well, high five, and thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. So you gifted and you became a Ted Coningsby member. Nice. Summer Module, high five to you, welcome, and a big welcome from our all of us at the Spanner Flight. Thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership, Simon, thank you so much, and for your Spanner Flight service. Wee Stevie Boy, high five. Paul Pump, thank you very much. Guards March, thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Marco, thank you very much for the super sticker, Guards March. Ted, hang in there, mate, it's a bit windy. Julie, thank you for doing this special stream today, Ted and Nikos. Thank you very much, Guards March. James Beatwell with 27 months membership, great channel, we should never forget. Thank you very much, man. Thank you for your 27 months membership. Siobhan Hobson Ward, thank you for 20 months as well. Thank you very much, Guards March. Mr. Pete, thank you for being a member for 1 month. Well done. James Beatwell, thank you for the super chat. You're doing a fantastic job. Great respect for all servicemen. We will remember them. Thank you very much, James. Leslie, member for 27 months. I'm 55 years young tomorrow. Where's my fly past? Here you go. This is for tomorrow. Oh, this is quite hard to do. Hang on, Ted. You're right, mate. We nearly lost him. John Goodless, welcome. High five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Andrew Porter, Guards March, for Ted putting up with the wind. Jake with the carrots, oi oi, respect to all, thank you for the super chat, Guards March. Frenchie Lando, woo, Typhoon is Guards March, thank you very much for your super chat. Doncaster Lass as well with the super sticker, Guards March. James Beatwell, thank you very much for the super sticker, Guards March. Paul Mayers, thank you as well for the super sticker, Guards March. Daniel Walker, big thanks for streaming today. Big thanks, Spanner Flight. Thanks, Daniel, watching live and live. And Daniel Walker again, whoop whoop, to the amigos, you know who you are. Guards March, thank you very much. Margot with the super sticker, Guards March. Lorena Nomadic Ramblings watching from Orkney, Guards March as well, thank you for the super sticker. Marcus, in memory of my Uncle Clary Pickin, Uncle Tom Marshall, Uncle Martin Bonza, who fought for our own freedom amongst others. Thank you all for the freedom we enjoyed today. For the freedom we enjoyed today. Thank you. Thank you very much, Marcus. Well said. Bex, lest we forget, thank you for bringing us the special VE Day live stream, Nikos. Thank you very much, Guards March. Thanks to Bex. Bex as well with the super sticker as well, Guards March. Thank you very much. Frenchie Lando, wow, high five. Let me sort this flag out. Sorry, Ted, we're gonna have to get you another one. It got a bit damaged, didn't it? Frenchie Lando, thank you very much. A salute as well, high five and a paw pump. Thank you very much for that generous super sticker, super chat. Thank you. David Wolfman Wells, member for 27 months, who's part of our fighter squadron. Please like, share, and subscribe. All are free and help the channel grow. Guards March, thank you very much. Meth, happy VE Day, and a happy VE Day to Paul Typhoon Reason, member for 21 months. Feeling proud to be a member of this family, and thank you, and we're proud of you as well. Mike 2Do Delta with 19 months membership. Thank you to those that have and are serving. Thank you very much, Guards March. Stuart G as well with the super chat, Guards March. And Cox, Guards March to you. Oi oi, Nikos, Ted, and hopefully you're having a great day. Oh, we are. Jane Jeffrey as well, Guards March, thank you for the super sticker. And Katie Hyde, member for 13 months, a Guards March to you, thank you. And it's amazing to hear all these milestones that you have all managed and have been with us. It's such an honour. It really is an amazing honour to have you all with us for all that time. It's amazing. Well, there you go. You're probably tuned into the official fly past coming up over London, because the actual procession would have started by now, which is amazing. So I get some of you will be tuned in on a double screen, but for those that are still with us, we will be here to see our aircraft come back, and it's very symbolic which is one of the reasons I wanted to bring you the show here, because VE Day, how many, whether it was a fighter command station or whether it was a bomber command or even coastal command or even OTU, you know, how many, let's have a look if I can spot them, I will. How many flights have gone out and not all come back? You know, failed to return FTR. That's and how many were killed in action, missing in action. You know, these are elements that we have read about and learnt about through history, and those that have endured it. I don't know if you've ever been in a Lancaster or a B-17. I, for one, have been in both. I've been fortunate enough. And what makes it interesting for a civilian who's never been, never served at all, is that your mind starts to go wild a bit, and it starts to, go into, hang on. From Waddington. Established in 1964 to Little Rissington. Away they go, off to their fly past, and yeah, so it's an amazing feeling. See if I can get you a bit more reds. They are literally far, far, far away. And if you love the red arrows, then we do cover their training throughout the winter. Rolls-Royce Ardeur 151 engines in those, modified to Red Arrow spec. And of course, from our Waddington streams, you can find out all about the Red Arrow's Hawk and formation flying and all the details that we give you exclusively just for you on our channel, one and only Ted Coningsby channel. And as I was saying about the bombers of World War II, you know, if you've ever been fortunate enough to be in a B-17 or a Lancaster, it's very easy for a civilian to, you know, start to think about stuff, think about the very men, what it could have been like. And you know, and you've got to give credit to Masters of the Air for sort of trying to project that and what it was like. And I do, for one, class myself as a part-time historian. I guess I am a full-time historian, as I'm delivering you the history, so I guess I am in some ways, but that is my passion as well, the history and learning about a lot. It's not actually homed in on just, let's say, the United States Army Air Forces or the B-17. I'm actually trying to learn all of it in some way, so it's quite difficult and challenging. Sometimes it does get muddled up. Earlier today I was writing about the bomber aircraft of World War II, and like I said, when I first started I could only think of one bomber, and that was the Lancaster. And of course, as you know, there were loads. There was so many, and I'm quite proud that I could name loads of them. Some that I never heard of when I first started this. It's really an important thing to never forget. It's something that we should be educating our children. They will be our future, and to inspire them and learn about the importance. I'm not saying everyone has to be in the Air Force, but certainly one thing is true, and that's not to forget, no matter what element, whether it's Army, Navy, Royal Marines or the Royal Air Force, don't forget all that heritage that goes with that. The Royal Marines dating back from the 28th of October 1664, not 19, 1664. And it goes on and on and on, and learning about all these squadrons and regiment as well. When I first started, again, didn't know there was a RAF regiment. I thought it was Army, but it's not. It's another aspect. There's so many roles. But as I was saying, and learning about those that were in Bomber Command, whether it was the mighty 8th or 8th Command with the B-17s and B-24s, going in that thin metal fuselage, and just like not losing it. And one of the things that I've read, there were two things. There was two aspects of it. One, for me, while I was in there, stationary. It wasn't even taxiing. I was in a B-17. Sally B, and I just started freaking out. I started to play back things, imagining things of what it could have been like, and it's scary. And I thought, well, being scared, that's it then, isn't it? And there were two elements. If you panicked, that was it. You formed a brotherhood. Let's say, for example, if you were in the mighty 8th, let's pick a bomb group, I don't know, the 97th bomb group, you formed a brotherhood. No matter what bomb group you're in, you have one of your airmen lose it and panic, you will fall apart. Fear is different. Fear is good. Fear will keep you channeled. I've been learning so many things on the mental state of things, and fear would keep you focused. And I listened to an actual recording. This happened quite a lot, actually, of a BBC film crew actually filming the audio and filming the videos as well of actual bombing missions. And I was fortunate enough to have the VR experience in the Lancaster. And it was real footage by two BBC film crew that went on an actual raid over Berlin with 207 Squadron. And what was sad, I managed to catch, because if you have another go at it, you'll see different things. It was really cool because you could look out of the Lancaster and actually see the ground, see the flak coming at you. And one of the things that I caught in my experience was the Lancaster going down, and the voice of the pilot. This was real. It's a real audio, and the pilot's voice seeing his fellow Lancaster, and things like that started to play on your mind a little bit. And then when I finished the experience, the ex-warrant officer there, Steve, said to me, and they had to do that every day. And I'm like, yeah, it's a terrible thing. And so yeah, it was a terrible thing, but goodness me, what they endured, what they went through. So yeah, here's our Lancaster here. I'm trying to hang on for dear life, and it's, goodness me, as my engine's going, pretty cool, isn't it? So this is an actual replica of PA474 when it was in the mid-90s, when it had this livery of the Tirpitz raid with 9 Squadron, Johnny Walker. And some of the things that I was learning about, reading from both sides, the Luftwaffe and Bomber Command, of strategy and tactics. And one of the things I found was actually from the Halifax, the Handley Page Halifax development, and some of the things that could actually foil and get you attacked easier. And it was actually from the VR as well that I learned a few more things. You see, the Lancaster here doesn't have any exhaust dampers, all right? The PA474 Lancaster here doesn't have any. Now, the very first Halifaxes, they didn't have these dampers. And at night, when you're on night raids, because they didn't think about it at the time, these things you learn as you go, the exhaust flames would actually make you stand out. And I was reading a German night fighter's perspective, and it was easy. They just aimed, they just saw the 8 or the 4th, they just saw the 8 flames, and they think, right, just aim in the middle. No, I mean, we're talking about pitch black darkness. They didn't have the sophisticated night vision equipment that we have today, but they were looking for the flames of the exhaust. So then they added the exhaust dampers, which now you can find if you go on Google and do a search and look for Lancaster bombers. You will see various ones with and without, and Halifaxes with and without the dampers. The Luftwaffe knew about this, but also one of the things I found when I was wearing the goggles, when the Lancaster was shot down, the flames was causing our Lancasters to illuminate as well. Again, it was very dangerous to be too close to your fellow Lancaster, because if they got shot and then things started to explode and light up, it will light you up. So the Luftwaffe developed flares. They were yellow and green flares. They would light up flares to try and light you up. And I've always mentioned this before as well, the moon played a major part. Whether you even any whether you're in the army, commando, special forces, the moon, and this is what I got from someone that ex-serving in special forces. So I was having a chat. They don't often speak about what they've been through, so I will take this as real from this person, and much respect. And the veteran told me that the moon played a major role, and you know, I would ask different questions, and it could light you up. It could be your friend or your enemy. And planning a bombing raid, not only was it essential that they would learn about the weather, which they could, you know, it wasn't always accurate, but the moon played an absolute, it's like a torch shining, and the silhouette of your Lancaster can light you up at night with the with those searchlights, and that master blue one as well, which was very dangerous. And it was really interesting to see both sides. I was learning about different tactics as well of both the Luftwaffe, how they would take on B-17s. I was learning about the Augsburg raid, where the 109s never seen a Lancaster before in their life, and they were like a little bit sort of timid at first, but you don't mess with this this crack squadron, this Richthofen Gestafe Squadron 2, JG2, I think they were, and they got one of the aerial victories they got from that Augsburg raid was, well, one of the pilots, Osawa, he got his 100th aerial victory. Just for one pilot got 100 aerial victories. I mean, if you know about Hartmann, he got over 350 aerial victories. Eric Hartmann of the Luftwaffe. And then for that squadron alone, they encountered over 1,001, got their 1,001st aerial victory on that day, on that Augsburg raid, that 17th of April 1942. It was phenomenal to, you know, I'm very passionate about it, and I do find the importance and connection with teaching our children this, because, you know, that is how it was. And I'll tell you what, I've got something to show you. You know, I've always got something to show you on the show. Now, it is a replica, it's not the real deal, but I'll show you something. Hang on. So, is that Typhoon gone now? Might be able to show you there's the English Electric Lightning in there, look. patches, key tags. Yeah. Like and subscribe. You know how it is. No problem, mate. Yeah, so I've managed to get, it is a replica, it's pretty cool. I'll show you this in just a moment. It's in there, no! You alright, man? With Britain being an island and of course the Battle of Atlantic and merchant ships getting absolutely destroyed, it was looking really bleak. You know, don't forget our supplies, steel, and you know, the point Hitler was going to do. We were being under siege. You know, all our supplies, merchant ships, but soon we developed an idea that battleship would at least protect the merchant ships. We were being starved, and Air Marshal Harris decided that there's only one way we're going to do this. You know, the Navy were thinking about, hang on, we could take out with torpedoes the U-boats. The U-boats were the submarines that were winning. They were winning that sea. They were winning that sea war. And of course we had the Battle of Atlantic, and the idea, Hitler said, I will be starving you, you will be starved. And that was the problem. There is a benefit to being an island, but there is also a drawback, and that was, okay, we are, you know, and luckily as a nation, like I've always said, it was a people's war. We all stuck together, we helped out, and you know, and that was one of the reasons why Bomber Harris, as he was nicknamed, the Air Marshal, he came up with the idea to actually think about, hang on, why don't we blow up the engine plants of the MAN U-boat plants? And that was the idea, that was the thinking, that's what led on. But we didn't have a bomber. We did not have a bomber suitable. We had Hamdens, we had the Avro Manchester that kept going in and out of service with its unreliable engines that kept catching fire because of the ball bearings, etc. What could we do? We did have Wellingtons, but you know, we potentially we needed more power, and this is why this led on to thinking that, okay, we've got a good weapon, and it was coming, it wasn't quite ready. You know, we had Sterlings, we had Halifaxes, but Air Marshal Harris thought, no, we've got the Lancaster, and that was his idea, and he put it through the Air Ministry, who agreed and accepted it through Winston Churchill. He laid it out to Winston Churchill and said, we need to bomb the MAN engine plant, and that was at Augsburg, which, like I said, led on to the Augsburg raid. Amazing that we had that upon us in 1942, and luckily, thanks to the Lancaster, it was able to try to bomb the MAN Augsburg U-boat plant. It wasn't that effective. I think it was only 3% damage was done to it. It didn't come to a halt. The idea was to start bombing them. Okay, they can recover, but it will give us enough chance to recuperate and get our supplies. And one of the things I came across was this. Now, it is a replica, all right? It is a replica. And I was thinking, okay, food is becoming scarce. And I even, you know, found out that, you know, it was illegal to go out and, you know, hunt and shoot your own pigs and stuff or whatever and go hunting. I found out that it, you know, that was, you know, because obviously that would get out of control. So I came across this, a wartime cookery book to save fuel and food and value. And of course, meat was becoming scarce. And some of the recipes, there's like actual recipes in here. This is a copy of 1940. This is a replica, and it would be issued as well as your rations card and wartime cookery. You know, little hints to save fuel. Keep a vegetable stock pot with the water from celery, leeks, onions, carrots, potatoes and other vegetables. Never throw these liquids down the sink. They contain valuable minerals and vitamins. You know, all this kind of stuff. Meat was tripe, cow heel, oxtail, liver, kidney, hearts, tongues, rabbit calves, sheep's heads, fresh bone. I mean, okay, I'm put off, but hey, you know, I don't really eat that much meat. I mean, meat and macaroni pie. There's also section for no meat. Meat substitutes, vegetables and soups. You know, beans and cheese, marrow and tomato, potato macaroni pudding, onion and cheese pudding. There's all these different. It's pretty cool. This, you know, it's really interesting to learn. You know, how, and I've always said it is a people's war, and victory was ours. Victory to Europe, victory to Britain. And like I said, be proud today, and be proud on the 8th. Don't forget the official VE Day 80th is actually on the 8th of May. It's our UK holiday here, and it's a perfect day to do it. White Wizard, what up? How you doing? Hope you're good. So it looks like they're running in now for the fly past. The Lancaster will lead the way. You alright, man? Hope so. So once so we mentioned about the Typhoons having backup aircraft as well. So once it all looks good, the spares will literally come back. And don't forget, having spare aircraft is not just the fly past. It was actually, you know, used in the battlefield, on the battlefield. So just any raids would have, even the Augsburg raid, they had a spare one each squadron. On the Augsburg raid they had 7 in total. They had a backup each. The Operation Black Buck had a spare Victor as well, and a spare Vulcan for each Black Buck raid. It was and they do this today. It wasn't something that happened overnight. This is something that's been since the aviation itself began, into the stemmed into the military side of things. I hope you enjoyed some of the you know, facts and figures that I do when I can remember them. but yeah, it's a very interesting thing that I really enjoy it. I really do. And learning more and more each day. Each week I learn something, and I try to bring something new, because of course, kind of, I know viewers come in at different times, but it's nice to bring in for the regulars new information and things that I've learned, really exciting stuff that I've learned. Yeah, the Typhoons that are heading back, that'll be the spares, don't forget, the reserves, the spare aircraft. This happens for all fly pasts that we've seen in the past. That are coming back. I can't remember how many departed. Was it 8? I think it was 8, wasn't it, with the 9th. Usually 2 spares that go out, so they should be heading back. So it's training as usual tomorrow for RAF Coningsby. Drama. Yeah, no. Yep, so let's have a look. So they're running in now for the fly past, ladies, gents, teddy bears. A proud moment, and for all those in London and for those that were just outside to see the fly past, wishing you a very happy fly past. Hope you enjoy it. And again, don't forget the importance of today. A very special day, and of course the official day on the 8th as well. good, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Welcome to the show. Ted Coningsby channel, just awaiting our Typhoons to come back. But for those tuned in for the fly past now, enjoy it. Enjoy. And it gives me great pleasure to announce that we just hit 90.7k as well. What an amazing achievement. Two. There should be two. Yeah, they would have two reserves with them, two spares, so that they could take over. Unless it was three. Yeah, so you'll have like a spares to go with them. Here we go. Are you looking at this? Absolutely incredible. we've got a past and present control. Look at this, look at this. Watch this. Past and present, here we go. Just like that, just like that. That's all you need. Beautiful. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, gives me great pleasure to give you TE311 with the tribute to Squadron Leader Mark Long, and according to the BBMF, this was Mark's favourite Spitfire, hence why they chose this particular Spitfire TE311, a dual scheme, and we have a treat. Look at this. Now this features the clipped wing style of TE311, and in 2024 the 3W you can see there of 322 Dutch Squadron, and it was in honour to represent the TD Tango Delta 322 3W was their squadron markings. 322 Squadron, remember we spoke about the first two numbers or letters represent the squadron itself, and it was a Dutch squadron, and this was Mark's favourite Spitfire, hence on the starboard side it features Long, his surname there, and beautiful, beautiful Mark 16 TE311, and it's back. It did undergo major service in since May 2022, came back in 2024, and the wings during that time at Biggin Hill, when it was due for its maintenance, the whole wings had to be overhauled. Back bubble canopy, a Mark 16 with clipped wingtips. It was put back into the air in 2012. They had to rebuild it into flying or airworthy condition by BBMF technicians, and that work started in October 2001. It took 11 years to rebuild this into airworthy condition, and when we think of the likes of NX611, just Jane, of how many years it takes. T311 built at Castle Bromwich Shadow Factory as a low back clip wing, Rolls-Royce Merlin 266 powered Spitfire, delivered to Castle Bromwich to number 39 maintenance unit at Cologne on the 16th of June 1945. So it's nearly 80 years old. So in June it will be its birthday. Allocated during its career to the Empire Central Flying School Handling Squadron on the 5th of October that year of 45. Spells on the ground and long periods of storage. in and out between bouts of flying. TE311 flew for a total of only about 12 months when it was transferred to non-effective stock in December 1954. It had only some 30 hours on the clock. That's all it had. 54. And it stopped. And it's been kept on the ground since then. They spent it spent 12 years as a gate guardian at Tangmere and Benson, 27 years as a static display aircraft with the Royal Air Force exhibition flight, and it was brought into the BBMF fold in 2000, intended to be used for spare parts, but in 2002 a 10-year rebuild project to get this into flying airworthy condition, led by Chief Technician Paul Blacker, MBE, and the Mark 16 took to the air for the first time in October 2012. Amazing history. Lest we forget the motto of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. There's Polly the parrot on the nose, the mascot for 322 Dutch Squadron. ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome back. If you just joined us from the fly pasts that have spectacularly gone over Buckingham Palace to celebrate Bank Holiday Special VE Day. Teddy bears, welcome back. If you just joined us from being tuned in, we are, with everything crossed, that the Lancaster returns back here at Coningsby, back home to RAF Coningsby. Again, BBMF have been here since 1976. Is starting to head back, and we can only hope that the Lancaster returns here, but it is due for fly pasts elsewhere, so we'll see. 29 Squadron. Typhoons here, with various squadrons for different roles. And then we just had TE311 Spitfire. How coincidental, isn't it? 311, and we've had the Spitfire 311 go out as well. Amazing. How you doing?
I'm good, yeah.
Yeah, good. You alright, yeah?
Yeah.
Good times.
See you next time.
Yeah, happy VE Day, mate. Hope we're all good, ladies, sheds and teddy bears. Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby, and as we await our Typhoons that took part in the fly past, the ones that arrived were the spares. How are we all doing? Simon Watchorn, Lee Spencer, hope we're all good as we wait. Typhoon's just heading back now. I'm not sure what formations we're going to get. Let's see what we're going to get. It could be 2 flights of 3 in the traditional Vic formation, you never know. So Wolf flight call sign for 12 Squadron, who are a joint Qatari, Emirai and Royal Air Force Squadron, with the interests of Qatari Air Force adding the Eurofighter Typhoon to their inventory of their Air Force. We also have a training station for them at RAF Leeming with the Hawk Mark 167s, similar to the Hawk T2, and RAF Leeming acts like an RAF Valley for the Qatari Emiri Air Force. So in just a few moments we shall be welcoming back the rest of the Typhoons. Tuned into the one and only Ted Coningsby channel, the UK's #1 military aviation streaming channel, and a much loved one as well. We stream the present and of course remember our history and our past and give you all the latest and greatest wonderful stories and information about our historical aircraft as well. Sophine's just heading back now. Gonna have to get Terry. So the Lancaster will be doing various flypasts at Bletchley, then on to Retford, Meltham, Ramsey, Stradset, Breaston, Eastleek, and also the Groby V-Day event, and finally East Kirkby as well. And hopefully this is where we got to have our fingers and everything crossed for a landing here. So I've got the all the details for today's fly pass for the Lancaster. Let's have a look. I'm just going to check if it's on time. It looks like it's missed one. Yeah, it's pretty much on time, so it should go to Retford next, and then Meltham for the Scarecrow Festival V-Day 80th. So I'm hoping the Lancaster should be back in about an hour. That's if it's landing here, and I'm going to hope and have fingers crossed that it is. So if you just joined us, the Typhoons have not all returned. The ones that returned were the spares. The Spitfire doing separate fly pasts to the Lancaster. Oi, oi, how you doing? You good? Yeah, good, thank you.
Watching you, so we thought we'd get some chips and then have to chill out here. So we go fish and chips.
Oh, nice, sounds good. Nice one, enjoy. You too. Oh, fish and chips, that sounds good, doesn't it? Don't forget to hit the like button and do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. You know it is. We are heading for, right, it's looking really realistic. 100k is not far away. Oi, oi, how you doing? All right? Ted's here, do you want to see him, yeah? Oh, lovely. All right, enjoy your day. Oi, oi! There's our RAF there, proud of them, loving it. You know it is. Yeah, so we've got a bit of a fun week for you this week. It's got a bit of a surprise for you. All right, let's have a look what we got. So, Wolf not far away now. Number 12 Squadron, along with Cobra Flight. It's usually Cobra and Wolf. I'm all right, thank you. Thanks though for the offer, man. Thank you. I'm all good. Nice. Alex Spinks, how you doing? Wee Stevie Boy, Davey, Claire Jowett, how you doing? Stuart G, Alex Raven, Daniel Walker, who's here live and live, The Plane Guy, G Van Pulliam, Johnny B, Wee Stevie Boy. How are we all doing? Get ready for more Foons to come back. They are just sort of over Spilsby. Now normally they use this for runway 25, but keep a lookout. I'm going to keep a lookout. I'm looking all angles now. Yeah, I don't know about you, but my ADSB has been playing silly games today. It's been playing silly salmon. You're right here now. 2 there, and I've got, right, I'm going to go with the 4.
And then 2 over there. And then 2 over there.
Nice full ship brake. You don't get that on the BBC, do you? Hey! Woo! God, the wind's picking up now, isn't it? Nice. I mean, if you're going to video bomb something, I think we've got 2 ship as well. salmon. Beautiful. Oh yeah. tell you what, it's very delightful that we got the Spitfire to depart today. I was very surprised. The wind has just calmed down a little bit. So we welcome back our Typhoons, which had the honour today of taking part in that very special flypast to remember 80 years victory in Europe. It's 80 years. It's officially 80 years on the 8th, on Thursday. But, with the bank holiday and British holiday today, seemed fitting to enjoy and make it into like a 4-day celebration. Why not? Of course, it's a great day to celebrate. Jez White, thank you very much. This carousel now, wouldn't this be a better than tinsel for your Christmas tree? Look at this, look at that. I mean, that is what you call decoration right there. Look at that, beautiful. That's our Eurofighter Typhoon. Typhoons are called the Typhoon FGR4 in the Royal Air Force. It's the designated title. The FGR4 stands for Fighter Ground Attack and Reconnaissance Mark IV. Not to be confused with the Tranche 4, because we don't have that here in the Royal Air Force. We have up to Tranche 3. In fact, the Coningsby, we now have just Tranche 2 and 3 now. I think all the Tranche 1s have gone. Typhoon is a fly-by-wire masterpiece. Very aggressive, very agile. Beautiful. Look at him there now. Welcome back, Typhoons from the fly past. Lovely.
How you doing? All right? Oh, do you? Oh, cool. Thank you very much. Thank you for serving. All right. Okay. Cool. I don't know if you heard that when I said thank you for saving lives since 1945. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, I've got an actual actual one that's been put on a seat and then made into a key ring. 2,000 likes, and you're gonna like this. Ted, you're right with this, mate. Look at this, an original Martin Baker tag. Oh, yeah, baby. I mean, how important Martin, how many lives Martin Baker have saved. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Thank you very much. And also to the veteran that I've just met as well. Woo! Oh, it's got that smell of aviate military. Oh, I need that as an aftershave, you know, the smell of that military smell. You know the one I mean. You go to a military surplus shop, it's amazing. Tuned into the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Coningsby, Ted's home, aka Ted HQ. This is where Ted first started out. Imagine if he started out, we're not at Lakenheath yet. Imagine if it's the handbrake on that car, is it just the angle? I don't know what's going on there. Imagine Ted started out at, I don't know, at Bryce Norton. Ted Bryce Norton doesn't quite go, does it? Or Waddington, Ted Waddington doesn't quite go. It's Ted Coningsby. That is the way. the wonderful Typhoon. And congratulations to this pilot here just getting out, who had the wonderful honour of serving the Royal Air Force today for the VE Day fly past. Congratulations. And if you love Typhoons and love military aircraft, not just fighter jets, we do heavies. We go to air weapons ranges, we go low level, we go to Mac Loop, Lake District, we go to RAF Mordor, which is Hull Beach Air Weapons Range, where we get the pleasure of seeing military aircraft blowing up and shooting stuff. I mean, doesn't that sound just cool? Well, it is, you better believe it. And I'll see what we can do this week for you, eh? So the powerful Typhoon engines, again, just to give you an idea, the weight of these things is amazing. The fact that they're lightweight, made out of carbon composite. Eurofighter, GmbH, Leonardo BA systems. Does have a wingspan smaller than the Spitfire, by the way. I do love that when the Spitfire and the Typhoon go into formation and then they break, and then the commentator says the little wings, but the wings on the Spitfire are actually wider, or longer, shall we say. Wingspan of 10.95 or so meters, so it's 35.9 feet on the Typhoon and just over 11 on the Spitfire. But, it's made in, as we said, 4 different countries. Left wing Italy, right wing Spain, main fuselage Germany, software, systems, engine British, and antenna on the tail, I believe, somewhere around there. I've still got to look. I keep saying it every stream, and I will find it. I will find it. In fact, shall I do that now? Let me have a look if I can find it. Hang on. I know they do other stuff as well in Italy. Some of the components and the electronic self-protection system as well. Might be that missile warning system. Actually, I think it's that at the back. That's why I'm always missing it. But with its 82% carbon composite, which is a posh way of saying plastic, and of course the acrylic canopy, with Rolls-Royce EJ200 engines producing a maximum 20,000 pounds of thrust with reheats. Spectacular. Empty weight on the Typhoon
is 22,000 pounds. So once you start adding weight, you're going to increase it. But the thing is with the Typhoon, like I've always said, it's all to do with the thrust to weight ratio. Let's have a close look at the engine. I'll tell you what I will do for you one day. I will draw you in this style the Typhoon engine, which you'll love. Hang on. It's a bit more Mindy, so this might not actually work out. I don't think this is going to work, Ted. I don't think it's going to work. Is that going to work like that? No. So we're having a look at our generic TED engine here. The only difference, sort of, would be a little bit of this. So for those that don't know about jet engines of how they work, you can hear vehicles behind me, cars, motorbikes and planes. They need three things to make it have some thrust, or at least some power to move, the forward motion thrust. You need fuel. Even the ice cream van over there needs fuel. It needs air, and it needs something to ignite it. That kinetic energy, that explosion, makes your car, your vehicle, your jet move forward. Not the flight part yet. We need to talk about this, the jet engine, okay? For those that don't understand jet engines, how they work, this is a simplified version. You don't need a PhD. I'm going to keep it simple. I'm not going to get into diagrams. It literally, all you got to remember, sounds funny, but this is the case. It is literally suck, squeeze, bang, blow. That is how it works. We've had a look at the air intakes on the Typhoon. They suck in air. Brilliant. But the thing is, air, how much you're going to get. The way to do this into a small space to make your aircraft economical, because you've got to imagine all that thrust coming out, it's not very economical. So what do? The answer? Compress the air, squeeze the air. Now I want you to imagine how much air is in a scuba diver's tanks. There's a lot in there, it's just been squeezed. There's a lot of air once you compress stuff. When you get a football and you pump it up, when you pump up your bike tyres, your pump gets hot. Well, the good thing about compressed air is you're getting a lot more air smaller, in a smaller space. Now the Typhoon compresses air 26 times. What this means is, if we had 26 centimetre cubed, we now squished it 26 times. All right, so it's now 1 centimetre square, sort of. Does that make sense? You've compressed it 26 times, you've squashed it. Good thing about compressed air, it's more combustible, it's more economical, because you've actually got all this much air into just a teeny weeny space. Does that make sense? So, compressed air, economical, more combustible, and the good thing is you can mix it better with fuel. Oi, oi. So, in the EJ200 engine, there are these low pressure compressor blades, or compressor section, and a high pressure compressor. Now, each one is a stage. That's 1, 2, 3 in our low pressure. The Typhoon actually has 3 low pressure compressors. The Typhoon has 5 of the low pressure compressor. All right, so I've drawn about 13 here. It's generic. This is just a generic engine that I made up. So it's similar, it's a twin spool, what they call engine. Now this is the cold section, the air's getting sucked in. Now these are really clever blades. Now they're shaped like mini propellers. I've actually got some I can show you. All right, so basically a jet engine is almost like a huge propeller, and it's spinning the air and drawing it down. Now I want you to imagine poor old Veruca, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, she got squeezed in. I want you to imagine the scuba diving air tanks. I want you to imagine when they say about having fruit juice. This carton of orange juice has 50 million oranges squished in. Sort of. It's compressed. Now, the low pressure guides it, all right? The low pressure gets that air starting in, getting it compressed. Getting it compressed. Now, you'll notice that the compressor is getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. This is where it compresses it into the high pressure section. It's gone past the free stage low pressure compressor, and the idea is to guide this. There is actually stator blades as well. They're stator blades that actually don't spin round, so all this is spinning, but there's actually tiny little blades about this big that don't move, and they channel that air.
you know, because aerodynamics even happens in here. Everything takes place. Now, once it's gone past the low pressure, this is where it gets narrower and narrower. This is where it squeezes that air. And on the Typhoon, it squashes it 26 times. The air that doesn't make it through here, that's called your bypass. Fighter jets are usually low bypass engines. The Typhoon is 0.4 to 1 ratio. The F-15E Strike Eagle engine, the PW100, the Pratt & Whitney F100-229, that compresses air 24 times. The F-35, 28 times. And I believe the F-35B, 29. But hey, we'll go with that. Once you've got that beautiful 26 squished air, it goes into the combustion chamber. This is where it injects and sprays the fuel. There's little spray nozzles. This is the combustion chamber. So it's now mixing that compressed air with the fuel, and it ignites, bang! Now this kinetic energy, this force, spins the turbines. Now there's a low pressure turbine and a high pressure turbine. Now this is the clever part. These turbines actually power the compressors. So the high pressure compressor spins the shaft, starts spinning the high pressure compressor, and the low pressure compressor starts spinning the low pressure compressor. The low pressure turbine, sorry, spins the low pressure compressor. Okay, so this is spinning, and that's your thrust. Now if we leave it there, that is your standard jet engine. If we leave it there like in your Airbus or whatever, all right? Now then, what about reheat? What about afterburner? How's that? So right now, we've got thrust anyway, without any afterburner. We've got thrust without any reheat. To get the afterburner and the reheat going, to get that extra power, why does it give you more power, and what's it used? Well, it needs to go into its own chamber, an afterburner chamber. This would have to be insulated properly. In fact, the F-35B is very posh. It has ceramic coating in here. The problem with afterburner is that it can, well, it will, not only give you 30% more power, but it actually is not very economical. Why? Because you haven't got the compressed air. This is just natural hot gases in here. You're now spraying with your fuel blades, fuel, just good old fuel, into non-economical compressed air. It's good. For example, the F-16 Fighting Falcon burns fuel about 3,000 litres per hour. Stick some afterburner on there, it's now 9,000. However, for the Typhoon's case, it's gone from 15,500 pounds of thrust, 30% up, to 20,000 pounds of thrust in each. The nozzle, the exhaust nozzle just moves. It's very important it does that, it matches your airflow. But that's why, so that's your jet engine, boom. I will draw you a Eurofighter EJ 200 engine as well. I'll do that one day. I'll get that going and flowing. You know how it is. There you go, that's your basics on jet engines. Oh, thank you for the thank you for giving me the details on a scuba diving tank. That's really cool because it is a lot of air, and you've got to imagine how much air is in those tanks. So thank you for that as you compress it. So we still have the Spitfire and the Lancaster. Now the Lancaster will go to East Kirkby for its last fly past, and then it's literally a case of fingers crossed, will it come back to its home, to the BBMF here at RAF Coningsby. This is where it's based. It's been here since the BBMF have been Coningsby has been the BBMF's home since 1976. So PA474 is currently one of 2 Avro Lancasters in airworthy condition in the world, the other being owned by the Canadian Warplane Heritage Museum. Now PA474 is a B Mark 1, and it was built by Vickers Armstrong Limited in Broughton factory, and the legendary Broughton factory that still produces aircraft today, or parts for Airbus, and home to the legendary men and women that built a world record time for a bomber in 1943. The crew of Broughton at Vickers Armstrong wanted to smash a world record for assembling a bomber. The world record was 48 hours, held in America. They put together the Vickers Wellington bomber in just 23 hours and 50 minutes and then flew it the next day. Boom, that's how you do it. Now PA474 was originally going to be part of the Tiger Force as it was built in 1945 for strategic bombing in the Far East. The PA474 would have also had different radiators to what they would have had here during World War II pre-1945, because the radiators would have had to be made for warmer climates. The gun turrets were removed as it was assigned to a photographic reconnaissance duty, and that was going to be with 82 Squadron in the East, South Africa. But on the return from the squadron, service was loaned to the Flight Refuelling Limited to be used as a pilotless drone. Flight Refuelling used an Avro Lincoln instead of PA474, and then transferred to the College of Aeronautics. 1964, PA474 came under the control of the Air Historical Branch for potentially and a proposal for a display in an RAF museum. During this time, the aircraft appeared in 2 films, Operation Crossbow and The Guns of Navarone, and it was stored first at Rawton. Let me just check where our Lancaster is, can't be too far now. Oi, oi! After a request in 1965 from 44 Squadron, the Lancaster moved to RAF Waddington for restoration, and the ground crew of 44 Squadron were taking care of it back to its wartime standard, including refitting the front and rear turrets as well. PA474 transferred to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight in 1973, and not to forget, before 1973, before the arrival of the Lancaster, it was the flight was actually called the Battle of Britain flight. It was on the it was during that time that the Lancaster arrived with the BBMF that they added the title Memorial to it. Exactly. So it should be almost at my 1 o'clock. Keeping my eagle eyes peered over Boston. We do have TE311 as well. Thanks for joining us, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Lest we forget. Thank you to everyone for the support today. It's been incredible. We've hit 90,805 subscribers today. Goodness me, that is amazing. 100k is really not looking far away. So thank you for that. Runway they should be at my 12. Yeah, I got it. I see it. I got it. I got you. I got you. Fly past over East Kirkby, former RAF base with two squadrons that were operating the Lancaster. Oh, very low, isn't it? Goodness me, right. Keep everything crossed so it comes back home. The reason why it was at Waddington, due to the winds, really strong winds, and it suited the Lancaster better to operate there and depart or land there due to the extreme strong winds. We were here on Saturday and the aircraft didn't take off here due to the wind. I mean, they were punchy. They were punchy. Yeah. So it's all down to this. Will it be? I hope it does come back. It's I know there's a lot of BBMF crew out now, so let's have a look now. Thanks a lot, Scorcher. Richie Lamb, aka Drop Shorts Models. When I first started following you was on 33k. Well deserved. Thank you very much. So just, oh, that must be amazing. So just probably one more loop, or one more spin, or turn, sorry. We'll do like a figure 8. I'll try and get my terminology correct. Big shout out to the ground crew. Robinson, there's actually 2 English Electric Lightnings here. There's even a Harrier, a Jaguar, and a Tornado. Not a Jaguar, sorry, a Tornado and a Phantom. Not the Jaguar, correct that one. But they are Gate Guardians here at Coningsby. So that'll be its final. Yep, that's it. That is the fly past complete at East Kirkby. So it's it's here or Waddington now. Here we go. I don't know. don't want to ask for a lot, but I love a hanger brake right now. Here we go. Bomber Command aircraft. 55,573 men lost in Bomber Command. Over 5,000 of those lost in training with OTUs. Spitfire as well. Listen to this, listen to this. Gear down. It was very prominent how effective those leading edges were to paint them yellow to identify friend and foe. Done. Well, it's been an absolutely majestic day. I hope you've all enjoyed today. It's been amazing. Myself as well, on a personal note, really enjoyed today, and I hope you have as well. over there. Just, it's got to be some sight with those two parked up together. Beautiful. Nice to see the British flag there. Love it. Great day. Lovely day to remember. Hey, another one of the Ted Coningsby memorable streams to remember for a long time. Another one that will go up there, and it's just absolutely fantastic. Hope you enjoyed that. Buddy, you take care, yeah?
Yeah, well, we've only got to go 3 miles.
Oh, nice.
She decided at 1:30.
Yeah.
Let's go get fish and chips.
See ya!
So 1:30, got jumped in, go fish and chips on the way here.
Nice, sounds
Sat
good.
down here,
Oh,
so
wicked.
it's
Nice
yeah.
one, man.
But no, you take it easy.
Yeah, you too, buddy. Good to see you, man. You take care.
Keep watching you, keep checking.
Take care, man. See you later.
Good time.
Bye now. See ya. Bye. For all of you who have tuned in. Well, what a day we've had. I'm just going to catch up with the Guards marches from all of you lovely ladies, gents and teddy bears. Yeah! Nice. God, Ted, hang on there, mate. Blowing quite strong. Ted, you're on. Goodness me. Ted, hang in there, mate. Ted's going to do it. He's going to do his best. And, Katie, hi. Thanks for your 13 months membership at Guards March. Thank you very much. Kimbo Wimbo. High five, boy, boy. Thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you very much. Thank you. MC Pix, member for 21 months in memory of my great grandma. Birthday soon. 18. Thank you very much, Guards March. Stephanie, congratulations on 12 months membership. Loving the stream. Thank you for everything you do, and congratulations on your 12-month milestone. Paul Clark, high five. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron today. Guards March to you. Guards March for Simon Marshall 95. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Karen Perkins, member for 30 months. Oi, oi, everyone. Have a great day, and you too as well. Mus Mason, have a great VE day. Nico, Ted, Claire, Spanner Flight and all. Thank you very much, Mus Mason. Thank you very much. SE Aviation as well, member for 11 months. Thank you very much. You've got one more month. Daniel Walker, high five. Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And a Guards March for Daniel Walker again for the super sticker. Guards March. Gucci Man, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. Bird Feeder TV Live 4K UHD, Guards March, thank you for the Unicorn super sticker. LEJ Approach, high five, Guards March, thank you for gifting a 10 Coningsby membership. White Wizard, what up? High five, thank you for gifting a 10 Coningsby membership as well. Lorraine at Nomadic Ramblings, high five, thank you, and a Guards March for gifting a 10 Coningsby membership. Guards March, thank you so much. Daniel Walker, thank you everyone, thank you for the super chat, Daniel. Paul Mayers, high five, Guards March, thank you for gifting a 10 Coningsby membership. And Frenchy Lando, member for 22 months, thanks Nicholas and Ted for this stream, and thank you as well. Doug Ross, high five, and a Guards March, thank you for gifting a 10 Coningsby membership. Catherine Burkett, hang on, Ted, got to fix that, mate. Thank you for gifting a, sorry, start again. Catherine Burkett, thank you for your 22 months membership. Oi, oi, and oi, oi to you. Member for 10 months is Chili B. Oi, oi, great show, thank you. Jimmy Adams, Guards March, member for 15 months. Big respect to our veterans serving military. Thank you very much. Free Speech Rule, thank you very much for the super chat, Guards March. Scorcher, Guards March, thank you as well. Thanks for the super sticker. 1-1, thank you for the super chat as well, Guards March. Guards March to Andrew Porter, lovely sound of those 4 Merlins, indeed. Simon Watchorn, high five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Ted, you're right with that, is that sticking on there? Thanks, mate. 1-1, thank you for the super chat as well. Clicked Wing Beauty, absolutely, Guards March. Thanks a lot, 1-1. And Madley, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Oi, oi, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership, Guards March. Well, it's a superb day today, it really is. Thank you very much. Only seemed fitting to play that. It just seemed right to play our national anthem here to finish off this wonderful day. Oh, hello, what's going on here? Why's that going off? Go away, go away, advert. Go away, what's that going off?
See ya! Oh, I think we're done, Teddy. I think we're done, buddy. It's a kebab wrap, ladies, shits, teddy bears. Thank you very much. Hope you've enjoyed today. It's certainly been breezy, poor Ted and his beret, but it stayed on. We didn't get a beret down, probably because Nath wasn't flying, but you know it is. Ladies, shits, teddy bears, what an absolute pleasure. And thank you to everyone for the support today. It's been an incredible, let me just sort that out there. Been an incredible day, and to celebrate on this wonderful day on a special occasion, it's been fantastic. And big shout out to all of you for the support. RAF Coningsby, thank you very much. A salute to you and all our brave veterans from World War II. Salute to all of you for giving me this opportunity to be free. Thank you very much, ladies, gents, teddy bears. So, hope you enjoyed that, ladies, gents, teddy bears. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. So, for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See ya! Hit the button, Ted. Hit the button, mate. Hit the button.
Don't get the advance.